The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to what we hoped would be another big day in European cricket. It's another finals day. It's Group F finals day that is hopefully going to take place today, but I do have some bad news. If you were with us yesterday, you saw we did get through 8 of the 10 5-over matches, or almost through 8 of them, before the rain came. And unfortunately, overnight it's been heavy. There's been thunderstorms. And so the news is that officially, as of this moment, the Eliminator, as well as Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2, have all been abandoned without a ball being bowled. So that's the first 3 matches at this stage officially abandoned. And what that means essentially is that Ljubljana, they're eliminated in 4th place from the group, and Old Victorians are eliminated in 3rd place. So disappointing for the Slovenian and the Jersey clubs there to miss out. But what this means is that at this stage, in theory at least, we're hoping to have a final tonight between Farmers, the other Jersey club, and the Wolferdang Optimists of Luxembourg. Okay, it's going to be a while though. It is scheduled to start at 6 p.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 p.m. in India. So what we'll do, we'll just sit tight. We will bring you a bit of a classic game here to tide you over. If there's any more news, we'll let you know as soon as possible. We're going to go back to the Group D final, actually. A bit of a recent classic between the Zurich Nomads and Packard Badalona. This is only from last week. It's actually the last game before the rain really came and wiped us out for a few days. So look, stay tuned for more information again. Thank you so much for your patience. I know it's so disappointing for so many people, but really it's not something that's under anybody's control. So sit back, relax, and hopefully with some good news soon. Until then, enjoy this ECN Classic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo, taking us through the formalities, and a proud moment for both of these teams representing Switzerland and Spain to hear their national anthems out on the field before entering this cauldron at Cardimer Oval to do battle for the right to go through to the European Cricket League 2025 finals week. It's a place that Packard Badalona have gotten very used to reaching over the last few years. On the other hand, for the team in shot there, the Zurich Nomads, they would be the first Swiss team to reach the hallowed turf of finals week. And they come into this game on a pretty good run. They lost their first game to Brno from Czechia on the opening game of this Group D. But after that, they have looked very, very solid with both bat and ball. In particular, Sawari, the opening bowler, has really ripped through a lot of teams so far. And they've had enough backup with the bat between Fahim Nazir, Hassan Ahmed, who's done a great job with the gloves, and in particular, Katil Zabiola. Having a look at the teams as selected for the previous games. So Nomads and Packard both with settled teams. Big question mark for Packard. Can that batting lineup fire? They have struggled in the last couple of contests against the Swiss champions. In particular, they've managed to blunt the impact of Babar. Nakvi hasn't gotten going, and the support cast of Yassin and Mohamed Cameron just really haven't made much of a dent. You know, Babar is a big game player, though. He started to find some form in that previous game, winning Qualifier 2 up against the Blinders. It was his innings at the top of the order. Really took things away from the Hungarian representatives. Umpire's just checking all is in order. And we're just about ready to get underway here at Cardimer Oval. It's the Group D final. Zurich Nomads bowling, Packard Badalona batting. Sawari strikes Babar on the pad. First ball. Bit down the leg side. Sure, his captain would have been saying to him, that's probably the one place you do not want to bowl. Mohamed Babar, so effective flicking the ball out to the leg side. As far as the defensive field goes, you've got one of the very, very wide deep backward square. The fielder will be in the game now. Have to scoot around. Despairing dive, but can't cut off the 4. That opens the account for Pakai Care. It's a good effort. Not a great ball from Sawari. Not the time for him to lose his line. Nice shot from Babar though. I'm sure the Nomads would have been looking upon that last qualifier too. And probably a little bit frustrated that the blind has managed to bowl Babar back into some form. Short ball gets up though. He's been a bit slow on his swivel pull shot across these last few days. And Sawari has a little bit more pace and a little bit more bounce than most players. Good ball. Outside off stump too, which is a key thing. Can't give Babar anything on middle leg stump. Another short ball, Babar goes for it. His head goes up in the air. He's frustrated, the big man. Loves to feel bat on ball. Ball was probably a good foot and a bit outside off stump. Another short one from Sawari. Babar pulls. Not timed, but it'll take some chasing and some nifty footwork out in the boundary will keep it to just the one. Neither of these two whippets between the wickets. And young outfielders, Cromwell's done a pretty good job going over there to support, and they've managed to keep that in successfully. So a change for Sawari here. He's now got the left-handed Mohammad Yassin coming on to strike. Different customer to Babar. He won't go after the bowling quite as much, and interesting to see whether or not there's a push from the team to just get him to bat through a little bit more of the innings. So 6 runs off the first over. A little bit of a subdued one, but Sawari will probably take that up against the might of this Pakai Care batting lineup. So here's the tail of the tape for today. Blind has managed to get through Bruno in the eliminator. Nomads took care of business in qualifier 1, and then Pakai Care came back with a vengeance in qualifier 2, quite easily disposing of the Budapest Blinders. So Hungarian champions were watching this one from the sideline. No, they'll be disappointed with that outcome, but third place in the group, still a pretty good result overall. Coming on to take the second over, as he has for the last day and a half for the Nomads, Amjad Dawodzai. Diminutive customer, but he's nippy. Bring the ball back into the left-hander and away from the right-hander most of the time. Keeps a pretty good tight line on the stumps. Full ball driven to mid-off. It's a low full toss, which is difficult for a more traditional player like Yassin to get his hands through on. Once again, the Nomads doing a pretty good job, even though there's no wicket down, of keeping the runs in check in the early stages. Right, hit uppishly. Carlos copped it on the end of his finger, but consecutive dot balls. Not a great length from Dawodzai on that occasion, but Yassin doesn't punish him. It's best when he's bowling full, getting the ball to tail in, the left-hander. Another one a little bit short of a length, popped up, but fielder's right back on the 30-metre circle. As the postman, Sawari, charging in, but the ball just dropped awkwardly short. 3 dot balls, though, to start this second over. Nomads will be happy the more they can keep the bar off strike as well. They don't want him warming up. A little bit short of a length. That's decent carry. It's gone for a Maximo. First of the innings. Playing with a little bit of fire, Dawodzai. Hasn't quite hit his lengths in this over to date, but had gotten away with it up until this point, but just too much width on that occasion, and Sin throws the hands at it. Carries the boundary pretty easily. Oh, that's smashed. They've got both outfielders on that leg side. Woodseye actually did get slightly fuller, but still short of a length. Batter of Yassine's ability just sat up on the deck. See Nazim Nazir, the skipper, just getting in his ear, telling him to push up the length a touch. It's a good shot from Yassine. Very technically good batter. A little bit different to the approach of his teammates. He can play the longer game. Just a little delay while some ball retrieval work is going out in the relatively tidy looking jungle there in front of the hospitality area. Certainly conditions have gotten much cooler here tonight. No cloud cover, or less cloud cover, keeping any sort of warm air in. What's starting to take effect. You see, he throws the hands at it. It's an out of control shot, but it will race away to the boundary, and it's a pretty good finish after 3 dot balls. And Pakai Care after the end, the second over, 20 for none. Good finish from Yassine, and a man who starts well and finishes even better. Great time to welcome back to the commentary box, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, really nice to be back, and yeah, I just wonder how much might be enough tonight for the Pakai Care, maybe to get 100 even then with their bowling. Let's not forget Pakai Care, previous champions of the ECL. They won over Tunbridge Wells of England in 2022. And that's 3 long years ago now. I do think Pakai Care, they might be able to grab 1 or 2 extra players back if they did qualify, but they've got to get there first.
Babar on strike. He's been frustrated early on. He's got his nemesis, Sawari, top of his mark. Short of a length, but that is classic Mohamed Babar. It's a short arm jab, but it carries the boundary for a Maximo. He's using Sawari's pace, and the gauntlet's been thrown down to the big man. He won't be safe bowling that wide of off stump line.
Yeah, you can see he's a customer to bowl to. Has played 1 or 2 mammoth innings under lights. My favourite was probably when he came out and drove 1,000 kilometres to play the final against Belgium, and then drove back after knocking a 10 or 11 ball 50, and then sent Corey Ruckers the invoice for the petrol.
Oh, it's hit him. Good short ball from Sawari. Gives the Alpha apology, but Bar's been struck. It seems to be okay. I'm not sure much is going to hurt him.
Hurried up on. No, I don't think he does feel pain, but if he does, then
that's enough to bring it out. It's
looks like it was kind of collarbone. Yeah, but
going back to that trip you were talking about, it's almost Babar's version of the Proclaimers. Drive 500 miles and then I'll drive 500 more.
That is absolutely true. It's not often that you get hit in the collarbone, but it's the shoelace which basically suffers the full brunt of the force. Maybe the energy travelled all the way down his body, down to the shoes.
Also, Sawari will enjoy a little bit of impact on Babar.
Don't see that very often,
no.
or ever. But the thing is, Babar, he's so alpha that he just will take it in stride, and had to place a bet. I think this one's going for 6. Here we go. No, because it's a very good Yorker, but, well, it's almost as good as a 6, I think, to a ball like that. Somehow he's manipulated it through the leg side, clipped away and raced to the fence.
That's an incredible shot, Vinny. As you called it, that was an excellent Yorker from Sawari, tailed back in, but that bottom hand power of Babar just sweeps across the front of the pad, times it beautifully, and even with the fielder at backward square, no chance.
Pace in, pace out, hey.
Exit velocity.
Sawari picks up the 3rd, puts the square back. I don't know about that. 3rd was a good catching position, let's see. Fielder be called into action right away. I just feel that you're probably more likely to get him caught at 3rd off an edge than you are to get him caught off a clip to square leg, because most of his shots that he hits the square leg are either along the ground or they're landing in the jungle. There's not too much in between.
Very fair point, Maximo. But they've done the one good thing. They've got him off strike, at least for this next ball, but Yassine's going along at a pretty reasonable clip, 15 off 17 so far. Sawari, he's been the wicket taker early on for the Nomads, none for 17 with 2 balls left in his over.
We've had 3 really gripping group finals. Let's hope for 4. Pitches outside leg stump, can't be out. Shouldn't be out. So Ari gets the dot.
Probably been a little bit more, how do we say it, not wayward, Sawari, but he's been so tight with his line and length the last couple of games.
They've gone on hit stumps, but that's the LBW law, which has been changed 12 times, I believe, but that's the one they've stuck with for a while. Discourage negative bowling. Hurries him up here, and he's hopelessly late on that. You see more of the splice. So Sawari, pretty good set from him. Doesn't take a wicket though. He'll have to settle for none for 17. And at the end of the 3-over power play, Pakai Care Badalona, 31 for none.
Suspect, Vinny, that both teams will take positives out of that. Pakai Cares lost early wickets in the last couple of games against the Nomads, which has put them in some level of trouble. On the other hand, the Nomads, given they haven't taken a scalp, only having Pakai Care go at 10 runs per over so far, they certainly haven't been battered out of the contest whatsoever, but the longer he stays there, the more the sort of total around 130, 140 comes into play.
What do you think about the supercomputer starting this game with Nomads 39%, despite beating Pakai Care twice? Pakai Care, full strength both those times. They haven't really been making changes in their team unless forced.
Supercomputer taking coffee break during a couple of games, putting a lot of weight on the historical data of
your Swiss blood just kind of flowing the other way, or what?
We'll see towards the end of the night. This man, he wants to have some say in what's going on here. Sama Mahmood picked up a couple of wickets early on today.
3 for 1 earlier, if you remember. Anyway, he's bowling the 4th over. Keeper up. And first one, Bubba looks like doesn't pick it up. It's
bowled those a lot in the first game today, the qualifier 1, didn't he? And Sama just ripping the fingers over the ball, holding up in the deck.
Just a genuine little out-ducker. He only bowled the 9, so he could only bowl the 1 over earlier. So they bring him on here, probably with a view to giving him 2 if it goes well. Let's see if it goes well. Oh, maybe. That's up in the air. And it's dropped. Oh, well, now Bubba has to hustle. He does. But Mahmood really should have had the big gun there. It's put down by Wakas Khawaja, who's been outstanding in the field today. If you saw him earlier, he stopped a certain 6. He somehow conjured a run-up out of a boundary stop when he tried to handball it to his friend. But this one, I know the light's sometimes a factor at this time, but really should have taken it.
Yeah, should have. He's a very good man in the outfield, Wakas Khawaja. And as you said, he was outstanding earlier today. But you can't afford to give this man second chances. That ball felt like it just died on Khawaja.
Did a bit, but yeah, it was getting a bit cold after sunset. It does drop in temperature quite significantly. Baba dropped on 16 in the final. You're seeing eyes off the square leg, sees a lot of fielders back there. He wants to get funky. This is just as good. It's even better actually. He's deked the keeper, and Hassan really probably had to cover the line of the ball there, but he didn't. He was kind of caught in no man's land. He's actually been given a wide, so that's a minimo.
Yeah, things just not really going the Nomads' way at the moment. Funky shot from Yassine, got nowhere near it. But in the end, Hassan Ahmed, one of his few blemishes with the gloves in Group D so far.
Yeah, so
neatly poked down to third man for no run. Yassine 15 off 10. It's typical Yassine innings. Doesn't really go and blast from the get-go, but
he's such a classy player. Just thinking, you know, when you, I was still playing when the Rams first came in, and you got to make a decision when you're up to the stumps. Do you gamble on that he's hitting it, or do you just kind of play the line and make the stop he misses? Sometimes, to a slower bowler, you can kind of do both. One thing you can do is also take a step back, because the stumping's not really on anymore, and you can buy yourself another fraction of a second. But Hassan seemed to do neither there, because I think that was one where he just had to cover the line of the ball, because the way that Yassine was shaping, Hassan was never going to be able to try and block the actual deflection. A tough one for the keeper. Will be called wide, just outside the tram line.
He's had a tough over here, Mahmood. It's actually been a pretty good one from him, but a touch unlucky with a couple of wide calls. got the dropped catch. That one moved late, so good decisions from
Pretty close.
the umpire, but still tight. It's been a good over from him, though, nonetheless.
So you've got Bubba and Yassine out there. Longer they can go without being dismissed, the less they worry about their prospects of a collapse, a bit like the collapse they had. It was 5 for 1 earlier today against the same opposition, Paco Camp. Big swing and a miss. Bubba just kind of maybe overdoing that leg side. I mean, he can play straight, we know that. He's got a huge gap at cover. And you know what Mahmood's doing to you here. He's trying to bowl little outies, and he's trying to bowl them wide of the off stump. So I just think small percentage shot, hit through the line of the ball, open spaces out to the offside. This time, fraction shorter, Bubba. Slightly out of sorts. Mahmood should have had a wicket, but walks away with only 8 conceded off the over. 5 of those were a minimo. It's 39 without loss after 4.
Yeah, it was pretty good stuff from Mahmood. Well bowled from him. I think that the Nomads are bowling and have bowled all group the best line to Babar. There's only a small margin of error that you've got from him, but if he can keep it in that sort of 2 inches outside off stump, you don't want so much width that he can just release the arms for that shot over point or lofting backward of point. But when he tries to take that ball from that width over to the leg side, he's far less consistent. You can just see that nagging line is frustrating the big man at the moment.
2 inches can make a big difference. Scene 16.
Penetrative bowling.
There's
Good stuff from Mahmood.
He actually copped one last night, didn't he? An uncomfortable situation. Did try and come back, but it didn't last long after that either.
Good to see him back on the field, though, because if he had have been injured and taken out of the tournament by playing a little bit out of the crease to British Power, the speedster from the Zagreb Assassins, it would have been a tragic end to Fahim Nazir's event.
Decent start for Fahim. He has been expensive at times, hasn't he? Really don't have too much margin for error at all here. I mean, we have seen very high scores in both these locations, actually. The St Gallen ECS last year, 2 years ago now, 2023 was, I think, maybe the highest scoring of the year. The only thing that rivaled it was Barcelona, which is both wooden tracks.
Well taken by Ahmed. He's doing a good job standing up to the stumps because Nazir is not slow.
I just don't know if there's value in it, if I'm completely honest. I don't know if you'll get him stumped. Just the ball hooping around. I mean, I love keeping up, but you're always having to do an internal calculation.
Ahmed is throwing out a bit of chat there. I've seen him between a couple of balls. He's just getting in the ear of Babar.
Like he's wearing a helmet. This time, he collars it up and he gets it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Babar claps back, able to slap that one over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, it's probably just a little bit slottish for Babar. He didn't time it perfectly, but has a happy knack of carrying the boundary here at Cartermore Oval. He knows this ground so well. Flashing blade. It's not the first Maximo that he's hit in his time here.
Well, lets his bat do the talking. Nazir with a comeback ball. This is a pretty spicy one, actually.
Seen him bowl a lot of off-speed balls over the last couple of days, Vinny, but when he charges in, he can generate some proper pace and bounce. It's Nazir.
It's an intangible benefit maybe being up, keeping the batter conscious of you. But I do think a little nick is next to no chance of stopping it or catching it. Hassan Ahmed. Oh, like that.
Case in point.
Don't know if he would have taken it anyway, but we'll never know. The result is going to be 4 runs off the outside edge.
It's really an unusual game at the moment, isn't it, Vinny? Things not quite going to hand for the Zurich Nomads, but at the same time, Paco not taking complete advantage
of it. If he's
it.
back, he's catching that. I know it's a big edge, but I think if he was back, he's catching it, and now he is going back. That's what I mean. So it's tough because it was kind of working. The game's working in your favour, but then when a potential chance came, he wasn't in a position to take the catch.
Second let off for Babar.
50's up, 50 partnerships up. And now this is absolutely smashed. 1 bounce 4. And so Mohamed Babar, he was given a life, maybe a couple of lives. And Babar
will cash in. This one rocketed off the blade, didn't it?
Yeah, good shot from Babar. Got his swivel pull right out of the middle of the bat. It looks like it's just come inside the boundary line. But the longer he stays there, he's not going to keep missing out, and eventually you're going to go for 20, 24 off and over. 31 off 17. Score of 55, 1 ball to go until we're halfway through this innings. As he has gone for 16. I reckon we'll see the off-speed delivery here. He won't give it another chance to Babar to play a full-blooded shot. Ball signalled for after a few reviews.
Yep. Wow, that one's up, and that's in the fan zone. Maximo to finish the 5th over. Nomads, well, they've had a dream tournament. They don't want to turn it into a nightmare now. End of 5 overs, 61 without loss. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company. Peacock Friday, and we are under the bright lights of the Kartama Oval. Opportunities missed there. I mean, one genuine chance, a couple of other moments that you felt maybe if the Swiss had their time over, they might have gone a different way, but we know how dangerous these Spanish batters can be under lights. Look, still wide open, but you just feel like the momentum right now is with Paco Care.
Yeah, it's funny. I was actually talking to the Nomads Brain Trust in between qualifier 2 in the game here tonight. We were talking through how these T10 contests, even when the margins are larger, things can often turn on 2 or 3 moments in the game. Go back to Wakas Kawaja. He's been so good in the field for the Nomads to date, but dropping Babar, and you cannot give a player of his class a second opportunity, and they're being punished for it now.
I'm just going to throw you through a couple of Group D finals that I remember here at the Kartama Oval. And in 2022, we had the famous Albis Army of Sweden chasing 67 in the last over with 9 wickets down. That was a Group D final. In 2023, we had Dreux knocking Forfisher out in the Group D final. I know you called that one with me, and that was certainly one of our all-time classic matches. So, well, everything's shaping up here for another classic.
And isn't it funny how things change? Like, you talk about the respective scores in those games. Albis Elmi chasing a score of the 60s. The Dreux boys, they just felt like they were hitting 6s on repeat again and again. Some of the Forfisher boys be having nightmares for years after that. Be interesting to see what happens in this game, because it has been a slightly lower scoring group. We've got some of the better bowling attacks in the competition, in particular the 2 best bowling attacks in the group here in the final tonight.
Just a slightly elongated break after 5 overs to respect the Islamic players, and they can break their fast now that the sun is set. I think that's very respectful. I know something that we've mentioned once or twice before at this time of year. Obviously, there's players from all different kinds of backgrounds, and we try and always include as much of an inclusive environment as we can in European cricket. But look, Niazi's coming on now. This is a bit of a flashpoint in the game as well, because they're going to go to his spin. He's a kind of ambiguous spinner in a way. He can bowl right arm off spin, he can bowl right arm leg spin. He's got a few variations outside those as well. I think I'll mainly stick to off spin to the left-handed Mohamed Yassin. So 61 off the first half. I think for me that's about par. I think when you look at scores in these two teams have played. Let's see who wins the second half.
The Nomads need a wicket. And if I'm the skipper talking to Niazi, I'm not sure I'd be sending some off spinners down on the stumps to Babar.
Right, here we go, over 6. Happy to reach and just paddle it away. Might have wanted a bit finer there. Might have been able to challenge the boundary, but oh well. Here's a bit of the long and the short of it. You've got Babar taking on Niazi now, and I think he wants to get on with it.
Big job for the young man. Coming up against one of the absolute titans of European cricket. Trying to make a name for yourself, Niazi. Let's see if he rips out a big leg spinner here.
He tries, it's too short though, and the fielder comes around, drops it. Well, it's a big clunk from Babar in the first place. Probably should have got into the jungle, but it's been put down. I think that might be Amjad Dawodzai down there. Well, he did stop the boundary, but Babar had a life earlier in the teens. Now he gets dropped on 37.
Well, the leg spin means that Babar's hitting against the spin to his favourite area there in mid-wicket. Didn't time it. Dawodzai made great ground, but shelled the catch. 2 drops for the Nomads tonight of Babar.
3 backward points. It's been some interesting fields today. Again, he's going to switch to back to off spin for Yassine. It's a good skill to be able to have. I mean, off spin and leg spin, people at a casual level, the backyard level, they all going to experiment with these different kinds of deliveries, but it's quite rare to see a spinner so adept at changing it in a live match.
Another thing to land it when you've got 2 highly credentialed batters in front of you.
He just throws in the quicker ball. Might it be a wide. Seems golden tonight. Dropped twice. So things happen in 3s.
I think Niazi can afford to just go defensive and bowl wide of off stump here. Babar's too good for that.
Wow, it's too short, half track, and that time he's not going to miss hit it. You're really going to get Lightning to strike twice off a ball that length. Maximo, 6 carreras.
Running out of options here, the Nomads. Babar is really starting to feel it. 44 off 20. It's not quite the speed that we've seen from him in the past, but certainly under lights, a total of 130, 140 is going to be exceptionally difficult to chase down against this Pakai Care bowling lineup. Nomads, they need Babar gone.
I just think it's not really the tactic to try and sneak one on him. I think he's just too good for that. Certainly looked that way that time.
He's got to go back to the leg spin. Challenge him, try to get him hitting across the spin.
Well, this is pitched up. He goes for it and he launches it. Maximo, 50 for Babar in the final. Once again, stepping up in a big game. Can he carry Pakai Care on his shoulders into the championship week? That half century comes off 21 balls, but not without a couple of close calls.
Yeah, certainly not, but he's striking the ball cleanly now, and you cannot afford to give chances to this man. He is too good a cricketer. Have a look, a lot of the runs coming on that leg side, but still a couple of Maximos in the area on the offside. And from Niazi though, Vinny, I'd still much rather get hit for a Maximo like that rather than dropping short of a length with a fast off spinner.
Might draw him into a mistake if you can. Probably forward. It's going to be a wide movement from Hassan again behind the stumps.
Ball left in this 6th over. 78 on the board. No wickets yet, which is the biggest concern. The Nomads have been successful against Pakai Care. They've got into the middle order.
That one is crunched through the offside. 4 more. Babar probably feels like he's Super Mario and he's flashing, jumping over the mushrooms at the moment because he just looks on tonight. They've let him off a couple of times, small margins, especially when you get to the final. Niazi's over, has gone magical, 21 off it. End of the 6th at 78 without loss.
Absolutely beautiful striking from Babar. When he gets in this mood too, 54 off 22, it looks very risk-free cricket at the moment. If you're the Nomads, probably your best bet is to try to actually just keep your sin on strike as much as possible. Ensure that Babar's got a bit of a wait in between deliveries.
Well, you know, I've been learning Spanish, and actually Rico uses an expression, no hay dos sin tres, which basically means things come in 3s. You don't get 2 without 3. So he's been dropped twice. Will there be a 3rd one? Nomads fans will be hoping not. Here's Cumwell. He's going to a bit of right arm thunderbolt.
It's a good bit of bounce and movement though, Cumwell.
Yeah,
I think he's probably a pretty good option at this time.
Faces up, so he's got a cross seam grip. Yassine really been able to get going. Doesn't really matter though, as long as he gets to the other end at the moment. Babar heating up.
Essentially doing his job, Yassine, isn't he? He's there, so if Babar's wicket gets lost, they've still got a set, experienced batsman. He's not getting tied down with a few dot balls. Geez, there's some pressure on this young teenager, Cumwell. Not only does he need to try to stem the run flow, but his team desperately needs a wicket. He's gotten better as the tournament's gone on. A few nerves in his opening performance against Bruno. Just bringing in the fielder from long on. Got some protection down at 3rd man.
Rare miss hit from Babar. He was in a bit of a purple patch, wasn't he? There's Dawodzai. A couple of fielders. Marcus Kawaj is one of them. Abdul Dawodzai is another that would desperately love to see the end of Babar.
I suspect as long as Dawodzai didn't injure himself in that catch, I have a feeling that while Babar's there, they're certainly not going to bring Miazzi on for a second over. You have to go back to the experience of Fahim Nazir.
Get some of this, and he will get 4. That's what you've seen tried a couple of times. To use the pace of the bowler. They're taking a big risk there. They've basically got no fine leg to speak of, so anything that's outside the leg stump is probably going to go. So Kamwal has got to bowl to his field here. 4 runs.
It certainly is for a guy who's bringing it back into the left-hander. Not quite sure about that fielding structure, but either way, he seems good enough to put it away. And on the odd occasion, he's been able to get onto the back foot. He's found the boundary a few times. A few words with young Kamwal.
Yeah. Pesky shoelace. Hasn't slowed the scoring too much.
It feels like there's a bit of a lull amongst the Nomads fielding group. They've been so lively throughout the tournament.
So because of their start, they're not going to bat him out of the match. You know, 136 expected, even to get 140, 150. Can chase those scores. Wow, turns on this one, does you see, and puts it over the fence. Maximo sees Carreras. He moves to 30. I mean, I suppose the thing is, the score of 130, 140 looks a lot more difficult when you do have the class of Kamran coming in. You've got Mohamed Atif, you've got Rabbani, who's bamboozled the batters in this group. Right now,
won't allow them to play out Cameron like they've done in the last couple of games too.
True.
They've blunted his opening overs, but run rate here is going to be too much.
Let's hit this one. Put third fielder back on the fence now. Square of the wicket on the leg side. Yeah, just looking at the scores. Pakakare made 120 and the Nomads chased 121, 10 balls to spare. Then earlier today, Pakakare made 114. Nomads chased it with 5 balls to spare. So we haven't seen Nomads embark on a chase at 130 plus against them. To this point at least. Last ball the 7th. Effort ball from Kamwal. Gets a swing and a miss out of Baba in the 7th. And Pakakare still haven't lost a wicket. It's 95 without loss.
Yeah, it's creeping up there to some dangerous areas, but how big does this last 3 overs become, Vinny? Could be the difference between chasing a momentous sort of 155, 160 if Pakakare go nuts, but it's a couple of tight overs.
Yeah, huge 3 overs coming up. Remember, 95 after 7 could go one way or the other. One way we are going is forwards in the tournament, and that is Group E action tomorrow. Tallinn Strikers of Estonia versus Empire CC of Finland to start the day off. The Swedes, Ariana CC versus Lisbon of Ireland, and then Voorburg, VCC of the Netherlands are the 5th team in that group. We'll start at the regular group day time, which is 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. And everybody tonight, say a little prayer for good weather. Okay, over 8. Probably good. I think that's all right. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler. Mahmood bowled really well to the right-hander. Just feel, yeah, it's very hard to tell. I feel like it cuts some of the line, though.
Yeah, I think that's okay. At least bowling to his field, Mahmood. He's got 2 players on the boundary, one at third man, one at backward point.
I don't know if you looked. I don't know if you can retire your scene because you don't want to upset the delicate ecosystem that's this partnership. You do have Nakvi in the sheds, and you've got Kamran who's been batting really well. So I'd actually be a little bit tempted. Just not really because Yassine's too far under. He's a bit under, but not a lot. But I would be a little bit tempted maybe to make a switch. I suppose if you did either of those switches, though, you're going back to 2 right-handers, and I think just the fact that Yassine creates a left-hand, right-hand combination probably is enough to justify keeping him out there. Big swing and a miss from Baba. Strange kind of Baba innings, hasn't it?
Certainly has. More swings and misses than we're used to, but to be honest, Vinny, if I was sitting 55 off 25 in an innings, I'd be feeling pretty good about myself. Whereas this feels like it's suboptimal, but still pretty effective, Baba.
Backs away, and he's going to slice over the top, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Oh, interesting. And Mahmood, I think he saw Baba move early enough to put it wherever he wanted, and if you could put it anywhere, it probably wouldn't be there because it was an easy slice away for the big man as the 100 comes up for Pakai Kera as well, and the 100 partnership, of course.
Gave himself a little bit of room, and it's almost just like he slices under that ball. It almost feels like a very deliberate shot sometimes that he plays down there.
That time it was. Bubba to 61. Now gets this, not quite off the middle. Dragged into the hole. Tortuga time. Don't see Bubba running too many twos, and we won't see it this time. So, yeah, clock watch as well. It's something that I think everyone's got their eyes on. They should have around about 4 minutes or just under to bowl this last over before the clock needs to be frozen. And I think that should be okay as long as they don't bowl a whole bunch of extras in the ninth. But it certainly is a concern. You can see the clock there on your screen. Ninth needs to be finished before that runs out. Take by Hassan. Got big on your scene. So end of 8. 103 without loss.
Tell you what though, in the context of this innings, Mahmood going through his 2 overs, none for 16. I remember 5 of those came from wides in the first over. Touch unlucky, so it's been a good pair of overs from him, but they still have some work to do. That one has settled down things just a touch, but Babar is still there. And look at this, Vinny. You've called it. Yassine is getting retired.
Right. They'll get a minute on the clock for that because it's a wicket, right? But the wicket's normally eaten up by a new batter coming in. Yeah, he's going to use Yassine's bat, so he's obviously not put off by
Clearly not the equipment.
I think that's more a case of retiring someone because you feel you've got a better option, not because you think they're doing such a bad job. Yassine, 32 off 21. He created the minimo by trying to ramp as well, so let's give him those runs. It'll be 103 for 1 then off 8. Zayn Naqvi selectively injected. But right now it's Baba's show, and we're all just living in it. That's up, and it's over backwards square. Maximo! All happens in the 9th. He says, hello, Zayn. He says, hello, Baba. And nice shot. That's 6 of them.
Camwell bowled a couple of good balls to Babar, and the last over that he came in for hit the deck really hard. That one just sat up a touch and was in the perfect striking zone for big Mohammad Babar. Beautiful shot.
This one's cracked as well, straight at the fielder. Just be a single. We'll get our first look at Zayn Naqvi. Another point, I think Kevin mentioned this in the comment section, that the left-hand, right-hand combination probably ate into the clock a fair bit. The fact that you are constantly making adjustments every time the batters change strike.
Certainly is. Okay, 110 for 1. The boys from Badalona. Pretty nice position here, but this last 10 balls could be decisive.
All right, Naqvi. Big swing and a miss. Half an appeal from the bowler. This is the risk. I mean, I actually wonder whether you might have just thrown Kamran in at 3 if you wanted a right-handed. I think against Naqvi, of course, who knows, a great player, but Kamran was in a superb touch earlier on.
What if you're the Nomads and you can get a couple of dot balls against the new batter here? 9th over. It's a big bonus.
All right, high. Good luck. This is the Dylan Stain special from last night. Oh, fantastic effort. Outfielder thought he had a play on it. They get 2. They're going to go for 3. Good throw has him cooked. Oh, well, it's very close. I think he's actually made it.
Difficult to see from our vantage point there. That ball fortunately went away from the fielder quite a bit. Camwell's not looking particularly excited, so I suspect that Naqvi is home. Ball was up in the air for an eternity. Had 3 fielders converge. No one really got near it. Wide spray down the leg side. Bar up to 69 off only 29 balls. He's accelerated particularly in the last 5 or 6. Balls left in the contest. Still a reasonable score at the moment for the Nomads to chase, but could balloon out.
Wow, speaking of balloons, that one is hot air balloon territory from Babar. I don't know if you can get away with bowling slots in for too long. That was a monster from Big Babar. Maximal 6 runs.
You're going to bowl that length, young Tassal Kamwell. You have got to hit the pitch very hard. That one just absolutely slot for Babar, and he's put it over the trees. 7 balls to go, and if this man can stay on strike. Interesting call here, Vinny. If you're Mohamed Babar, do you try to take a single here, or do you back Naqvi to take the start of the next over?
It's a tough call. Tough call. I wonder if they think another retire out. Naqvi doesn't have it. Try Cameron. Oh, tries out the short ball again. This time just short of Arbab, who's out there at deep square. It's the end of 9. Pakai Care 121 for 1.
Well. This game is on a knife edge, Vinny Sandu. 1 over to go. Pakai Care. Batters have done the job tonight. Giving themselves a pretty reasonable target to defend already. That bowling card. Sawari and Mahmood have both done the job as far as the economy rate.
So if you 6 bowlers, they can choose who they want to use. You've basically got Dawood Zai, you can bowl out Fahim Nazir and Khalid Niazi. I don't know who they're going to go for here. Looks like they're going to go for Dawood Zai, open the bowling. I always wonder whether you can say opening the bowling anymore if you've bowled the second over, because...
Can you say that he's taking the old ball here now that it's the 10th over?
Well, you don't change ends in this format of the game, so... they beat the clock, I'm guessing, as well. So, Baba, 76.
This is some responsibility on the shoulders of a young man. Dawood Zai's been pretty good.
Well, Baba's 4 Maximos in this over away from raising the bat and having another statue built of him outside Pakai Care headquarters in Badalona.
Few trophies in that HQ these days.
Here we go, 10th over. And that's high. That's catchable, but it's a real rainmaker. Up it goes, and it's dropped. The old crocodile style. Credit to both the batters. They hustle it out and they run too.
Difficult catch. Abab Khan coming in from deep square leg. Babar gets his 3rd life. None of them have been easy, but...
Look, the thing is, with incorrect technique, they get even harder. They're not easy to start with. He's gone the full kind of clappers on it, and it's just bounced out. Babar to 78. Whacked. That's going to be 4, I think. Fielder comes around. Great effort. But Kamwal can't get there. Babar into the 80s. And he's theatre, isn't he, Mohamed Babar, who's threatening a century.
Absolute box office, the big man. He's carried this Pakai Care batting lineup in this game. The Nomads, they've only got themselves to blame, dropping him 3 times. Dawood Zai under pressure here. 4 balls to go.
140. Looks a lot of runs under lights. Oh, I'm surprised they run there, especially because he's broken his foot. Not broken, hopefully. And they'll take the leg by. They feel, okay, Naqvi's the number 3. He's been put out there for a reason. But that was a nice one. Hit him on the full, right down the bottom of the pad.
Gutsy bowling from Dawood Zai. Only needed a little tickle. But
it is on the foot.
The edge of the top of the foot, but as you say though, I reckon
I wouldn't run.
Babar,
I reckon
he should have stayed there.
I mean, not that obviously Naqvi shielded from the strike, just situational. Well, Naqvi is going to launch this one over point. He says, don't worry, I've got you, Skip. And he puts it maximal into the crowd.
That's a pretty good shot, Vinny. That low full toss, particularly from a skinny bowler like Dawood Zai, difficult to get the elevation, but he has timed the pants off that shot, Naqvi.
Naqvi and Hassan Ahmed having a word to each other, actual friendly word. They played together a fair bit. The other thing with them taking that leg by Baba, obviously not one for personal milestones, gives up any chance of 100. But still he's engineered his side to what I would say is a dominant position. But
I'd hate to have Babar on an incentive contract. You'd be shelling out a fair few extra payments throughout the season, wouldn't you? 22 of 34.
Hassan's going just 1 glove on. He's taken his keeping glove off his right hand so he can throw. 2 to come. Funny one. It would have missed leg, but he's clunked it for 1. But what it means is Babar will get his curtain call here. Pakai Care 135 with the last ball to come.
So if I'm Babar, I've seen what Dawood Zai is doing the last couple of balls. He's aiming right in the Yorker slot. I suspect Babar will be sitting deep in his crease and just try to get under this with his bottom hand.
Is there one more showstopper from Mohamed Babar? Dawood Zai trying to keep out of the dirty 30s. Last ball. Slam ball. Maximo. What a shot from Babar. ends up on a pair of snowmen, 88, and he carries this innings on his broad shoulders. Paco Care end up 141 for 1 off 10, and that one was a retired out. Basically, the Swiss never took a wicket.
The absolute beast that is Mohamed Babar. If Paco Care are going on to win this group stage final, they can thank that man in shot there. What an absolutely extraordinary batting innings from him. It was only earlier today we were saying that he was struggling with his timing and not even finding the boundary with regularity, but he's made a couple of statements in the last few innings. 88 not out of 35 balls in the group stage final. Tremendous innings from him. I guess the positives for the Nomads, if you had have said to them that Babar would bat the whole way through and score 88, then they would have expected to be chasing more than 141 or target of 142. As it is, they actually did a decent job with the rest of the batters. Babar got off to, wouldn't say a flyer, but certainly managed to find the boundary a couple of times, which gave him some extra energy. That lovely open bat to pop one over the boundary rope from Maximo. It was an interesting one. You seen, tried to go for the ramp. Hassan didn't quite adjust to the movement and ended up going for 5 wides. But Babar just found the boundary and went over it so many times in that innings. 6 fours and 9 Maximos, and the majority of the Maximos coming out of that mid-wicket area. But the Nomads dropped him 3 times. And if they go on to lose this game, unfortunately, they will have to look fairly and squarely at their fielding, because you cannot give this man so many chances. Yassine never really got in a great flow, did smack 2 Maximos during his stay of 32, but swallowed up 21 balls, and Nomads probably pretty happy every time he was on strike. Eventually he was retired out and Zain Naqvi came to the crease to join Babar, but it was merely a sideshow to the big man's blitz as he roasted the Nomads bowlers all over the park. This one, probably the biggest strike of the lot, going over the trees, out past square leg, and even there showing he's got the power to hit through the offside. Naqvi opened the blade there and hit a Maximo in the last over. Wasn't a bad one from Dawood's, but he got hit for a couple of zacks towards the end. And that has created quite a good total here, particularly in the context of what we've seen teams chase under lights. And with the bowling attack that Paco Care have, they would feel that they're in a pretty good position here to defend this target of 142. Have a quick look at the batting card. In reality, there's not much to say aside from Babar domination. The Paco Care Badalona skipper, 88 not out off only 35 balls. Bit of support from Yassine, although he took his time, 32 off 21, and Zain Naqvi coming at the end, 10 off for Maximo. That was a brutal innings.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? It is tough. Try not to think about the lights, but I think it probably did affect the catching one way or another. No one able to take a wicket, of course. The only wicket was retired out, but I think shout out goes to Sawari and Osama Mahmood. I think without their 4 overs going for only about 8, I think this probably is getting a bit out of control. They still have a shot. They need to bat well. They've got some very good players in there. We'll be back very shortly to see if the Zurich Nomads, playing their first ECL, can knock out the former champions Paco Care Badalona of Spain. 142 the target. Vinny sounding here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Ryan. We'll see you shortly for the exciting conclusion of Group D right here in the European Cricket League.
Just you and me, summertime, get ready, we are so divine, blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream, summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back to the Carlton Oval. Great to have you with us as we get ready for the exciting conclusion of Group D. Pakake Badalona have 141 on the board. Zurich Nomads failed to take a wicket actually in that first innings. There was one dismissal due to a retired out. The Nomads have it all to do. 142 will see them through to Championship Week in their first ever European Cricket League. Assad and Tyrone leading the two teams onto the field. We see a big chase under lights. There's Hassan Ahmed coming out to open with Fahim Nazir. It's interesting, they have decided to open with Big Hassi, who's had some very good innings here at the Carlton Oval. He's well known to us on European Cricket Network. And for Fahim Nazir, another opportunity to take on the fast stuff. Ahmed Kamran, no doubt, ready to bowl the first over. There's Asad Abbas. Pakake have never failed to qualify for Championship Week in the 3 times previously they have qualified for the ECL. So certainly think it will be a disappointment for them and all their fans if they weren't able to do this. But I know the Nomads, they've got a pretty strong supporter base that they've built the way they've played their cricket. They started their tournament with a slightly under par performance going down to Bruno. Credit to Bruno though, they outplayed them in match 1. Since then, they have not lost a game. So Fahim getting ready to go. Under lights, always a slightly different feel. It's one of those things as a cricketer, just got to put it out of your mind and get on with it. Got a job to do. And the thing is, it's going to be hard to just kind of play out Kamran now because it's already starting at 14 and over. You don't want that to climb too much. One man that climbs to wonderful commentary heights every time he's here with us at the Carlton Oval is Andrew Ryan. And Andrew, I'm sure you're very interested to see how this pans out.
Well, you've got the 2 best batters in the team at the crease, absolutely no doubt. Vinny, I think this is a good move to get Hassan out there early. Still got to think their way through this, though, the Nomads. They don't need to go like absolute rockets from ball 1. Still have to respect Cameron, and there's easy.
This up.
Do we live in the multiverse, or are we slightly on the outside of it?
I live in Mohamed Baba's world, actually. Oh, that's squeezed out. That's pace in, pace out. Barely any bat on that from Hassan. It races for 4.
Not a bad result, jamming down on a Yorker. And Ahmed gets a good piece of willow on it and screams along to the boundary. It's certainly what the velocity of Cameron can do. Very well played. Nomad's opener. A couple of boundaries in these opening stages would just help relax them a bit. They don't want to get bogged down and be 25 thereabouts after the power play. Still need to keep this scoring rate flowing.
Wow, standing flat back for him. Hassan gives a bit back. Cuatro más.
Love to see this on replay. I'm not completely sure that's where Ahmed was thinking of depositing Cameron to begin with. Have a look, short pitch ball. Thought he was trying to swat him over the leg side, but as it is, cannoned off his bat. Consecutive boundaries.
Kamran with a comeback. Goes quick, a genuine edge. Forget it. That's the thing with Kamran. Sometimes they do have a kind of floating slip in. He would be on the edge of the circle at the pace Kamran's bowling, but it's with Hassan, and he gets away with it. 4 runs.
Yeah, that edge is going absolutely nowhere but the boundary. I'll tell you what, he won't back down, Hassan Ahmed. He's faced plenty of top-tier quick bowlers in his time. Seems very, very confident at the crease. Substantial figure in and of himself. He's ready to go toe-to-toe with this stirring pace bowling from Mohamed Kamran.
Yeah, I think back to some of the big nights for Swiss cricket in the ECN era. Think about them beating the England 11 in the ECC, for example. This one cramps us on the minnow run. But I just think this has the potential to be another huge night. I think even if you're not a nomad, I know there's lots of, probably what, 24+ teams in Switzerland?
Well, I think we're up to about 35, 40 now.
Okay.
The clubs have rocketed.
They'd all be behind the nomads here to kind of put Swiss cricket on the map as far as the club game goes. Alton, they've had some success here as well, but they've also had a few disappointments. They've previously represented Switzerland in the ECL. But the nomads here have the chance to knock out the former European champions, team that held the trophy aloft 3 years ago. Last ball of Cameron's first over. Hassan is taking him on. He'll get one there, and I think they'll settle for that. It's pretty much the rate they need. 14 coming off the first over, 14 without loss.
As far as minor victories go, I agree with you, Vinny. No wickets there, and keeping the run rate up. Just going back to the topic you were talking about, they're a hugely respected group within the Swiss cricket scene. Zurich Nomads, the Sear brothers, and Asmad Lakarajou's here as the team manager. Waka Squad has been around for a long time. These are all guys that I've been playing for almost the last decade or so and have set the standard within Swiss cricket for a long time, and they are doing a fantastic job representing the country here at Cardimer Oval. But their job is not finished. 128 off 54 balls. And they now get to face their batting nemesis, Mohamed Babar.
Yeah, Babar, see if that batting power translates into bowling power. It was very good earlier on in the day. But, he'll be hoping that he can pick up a couple of early ones. Oh, there's another edge, and that's going to fly away. Babar not as quick, so the third's up in the circle. Hassan living dangerously, but he's still living.
Zan's also one of those batters, when you bowl to him and you get an outside edge, there's never any acknowledgement of, got away with that one there. The head just is down, walks down, little bat tap with the partner. Not going to get a huge amount of emotion from him. He's very focused tonight. Probably be enjoying opening the innings with his long-time partner, Fahim Nazir.
Babar, but it wouldn't help melt in his mouth either. Block hole this time. Hassan keeps it out. Fahim really hasn't had too much to do so far at the other end, so faced the one ball.
Really the two balls from the bar that you're going to get, aren't you? Isn't it, Vinny? That one just on a good length, just outside off stump, curling back into the left-hander, or the Yorker.
Master of length, really. This time he'll scramble through for a single. Babar 3 for 10. In the previous match amongst the wickets.
Probably slightly annoyed he missed out there, Hassan. It's in his hitting zone. They have got the fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. You'd have to clear probably actually more cow corner, to be honest. But it was in his hitting slot. For him, Nazir coming on to strike. He's only faced one ball in the innings. Glorious player through the offside if Babar gives him any width. That is a sensational cricket shot. Speaking of balls in the slot, Babar has given Nazir room to stretch his arms, times it beautifully, rarely tries to overhit this man. He's such a classic batsman, whatever format of the game. And it's a picture-perfect straight drive. Well, the Nomads having to negotiate these early overs with the new ball and top-tier bowlers of Pakai Care. A little bit of a change in the field here. It's almost like a second slip coming in on the 30.
Oh, it's going to be more runs. Nazir is going to just knock that full toss. I called Babar a master of length, but that's a slight error. It's a very drivable throwdown style full toss, and Nazir gets the placement perfect. 4 runs.
Ordinary ball from Babar, but you've still got to put it away. And Nazir could not have pierced the gap any better. 29 for none. 1 ball left in this second.
Come back for Baba, 15 off this over. It's the start the Nomads would have hoped for. And that's going to fly as well. Maximo for Nazir, the lefty-lefty combination representing for the Swiss. And at the end of 2, it's 35 without loss. We still haven't had a wicket actually taken in this game, and we're 12 overs in.
Amazing stuff, particularly under lights. Nazir rocks onto the back foot, sends it airmail over to his teammates in the dressing shed, and they are clapping with some level of excitement here as the Nomads have gotten off to an excellent start, 35 for none off first 2 overs. Interesting change here, Vinny. It looks like Rabbani's being brought on for an early over, but before we go to that, Group D, we're about to find out the qualifier for Championship Week. Group E starting tomorrow. Please join us then.
Yeah.
5 really good teams coming to Khartoum.
Everybody think Tarai thoughts tonight, because I know there's a lot of rain forecast, but so far we've been lucky with it. Here's Rabbani. Oh, he's dropped him right off the Q end of the bat. Oh, well, Rabbani. I mean, you can understand he was kind of caught off guard there because it hits right off the end of Hassan's bat. Look at that. Right off the end of his bat. And then Rabbani in his follow through. I mean, he was coming slowly, but yeah, just couldn't make the play. Weird one.
Incredible moment there, Vinny.
Pace on. I think Rabbani does get a bit harder to pick under lights as well. Just slightly lower light, the artificial light. Still no competition for the sun that keeps us all alive. It's a big swing and a miss there from Hassan.
I think it's a pretty good bowling change, actually, from Babar. These two looked very comfortable against Cameron. He does prefer bowling to the right-handers. Maybe they're saving him for when Zabiola comes in.
First time in a while we've seen Rabbani bowl before Atif, and I think it is about the fact there's 2 left-handers. I think it's no secret Atif's a bit more effective against the right-handers. Rabbani. Oh, pace on, but that is colossal from Hassan Ahmed. Maximo 6 carreras.
Watch this replay, folks. Hassan Ahmed picks up the length of this ball so quickly, and you can see almost churning over his mind, how far am I going to smoke this? And he's absolutely annihilated it over the leg side boundary.
Game's back to a coin toss, 50-50 game. That's what you want to see. Does he go change up now? He does, but he picks it and he hammers it. Maximo, fast or slow, it's got to go for Hassan Ahmed. 6 more.
I've seen this Hassan Ahmed swagger before, and it's usually not good news if you're a bowler. Once again, he picks it so early. Look at the bat swing, and he hammers it over the long on boundary.
Let's not forget, Hassan was part of Championship Week last year, playing for Gina Brescia. He was involved in a couple of flashpoint moments there as well, including a golden ball match, which basically decided Gina Brescia's fate. They would make it to finals day. Rabbani with the comeback. He goes pace on again, and he gets hit again. Maximo! Well, that one had the crowd scattering. That's actually where the trophy normally sits when we do get to Championship Week. Magic Spray Mary has fielded it and thrown it back. Well, Mary, she's retired from Magic Spraying, but she does still work as part of the local crew here. That's 3 on the spin. We were using NBA Jam terms earlier today, and let's just say right now, Hassan is on fire, 50 up.
Great call from Maximo.
Now, does get this one as well, but maybe that's a blessing because he'll keep the strike. Hassan takes 19 off that over, which started with a couple of dots, end of 3, and the Nomads are 54 for none.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a much better start off the power play if you're the Zurich Nomads, going at 18 runs and over so far. Rabbani thought he would have been a pretty good matchup for the 2 lefties, but they've smoked him, particularly Hassan Ahmed. Seeing it like a beach ball at the moment, and as you said, Vinny, he's gotten himself back on strike for the start of the 4th.
And just spotted Canado Fletcher in the comment section as well. Canado, hope you are well. And I loved his little...
Such a good comment from him
comment,
too.
which I had to read it twice. He said, come on guys, you face much better bowling in the Swiss competition, of course. Canado is a bowler.
Smoke
in
this
Swiss
petty
competition.
bowling, man.
Would
And
you-
you know what else I love about that? That Canado Fletcher's YouTube alias is Ken Fletch. Sounds like he's a rogue detective from the 1980s.
Well, as part of the fast bowling cartel in the Swiss local competition, Andrew, you would agree wholeheartedly with those comments?
Not sure.
You've been called the Mohammed Kamran, a right-handed Mohammed Kamran.
Maybe if the hair keeps disappearing like it is at the moment. Either way, this has been a cracking start. And doesn't this suddenly become a big over? Atif has to bowl to the two lefties.
All right, well, obviously it worked because 3 6s on the spin. Atif is in. Just missing. Oh, wow, he's given it. Boy, oh boy.
Gee, this is a huge call, Vinny. I thought at first look that was swinging down leg.
Well, let's have a look at it on the replay. It's, I think height's not an issue. It's just the line of the ball. Let's watch it here. Oh, I mean, hits him in line with leg. I'm not certain that's getting some leg. Remember, only has to clip leg. You can see 2 stumped pretty comfortably. I think it's a bit of a lucky one, but it's going to stand, and Hassan's going to have to go. But I feel it was a bit of a rough one. I suppose batters always do. Atif with wicket 201 on the network, 54th one, the first wicket taken in this game.
Yeah, fantastic innings from Hassan Ahmed. 37 off 15, 3 Maximos in there, but job's a long way from being done. And this has also brought a change in the Nomads batting order again. So Zabiullah coming out at number 3. He's probably been their most consistent and destructive.
That's what the umpire sees. So he's got to decide, is that getting summer leg or is it not? And he felt it was. And that is the call. And look, again, maybe it would have taken summer leg. Just seemed kind of live. But he might have a different opinion. Anyway, Zabiullah comes out and this is going to be into space. And he's lucky it is, because that was an uncontrolled edge that flew. So they needed something to go the way Pakai can. They've got something to go their way. Let's see if they can work their way back into this game.
Yeah, certainly have. It also allows Mohammed Atif to have a right-hander to bowl at, which will make him far happier. Almost gets Nabil a first ball. Tell you what, there's one thing though, this young man, he will not stop swinging hard, but he's selective at what he goes for. Pressure now on Fahim Nazir, 17 off 4. Senior player.
Differing opinions there on the LBW, but I think if you believe in the benefit of the doubt, probably feels a bit of a rough one for Switzerland. Anyway, they're not going to cry over spilt milk. They're going to take another boundary here off the bat of Nazir.
And Nazir, just looking at the bottom of his bat, probably didn't get it off the sweet spot, but managed to drag it far enough around, so he avoided the fielder out there at more of a straighter cow corner. Looks like it's just dropped inside the boundary.
4 runs.
So the Nomads, 83 off 39, so context of T10 at Cartermore Oval, that run rate of 12.76, it's pretty regulation stuff. They've got some good bowlers to come. Remember, Mohammed Cameron's still got 1 over up his sleeve.
Tell you what, a few excited patrons that Magic Spray Mary's been spotted in the crowd. Normally she works a little bit away from the main visible zone.
She doesn't like the spotlight, does she? But she draws
Very
it.
unselfish, passed on the Magic Spray cans to a new generation. Still 60% to chase this. 59 off 3.3. It's a brilliant start. They've got the rate down from 14.2 and over. Dropped by about 1.5 points to 12 3/4.
No, it's just a change in the field too, Vinny. They've got more of a traditional mid-wicket on the fence now.
Tries that leg cutter to the left-hander. But I think, yeah, they were trying to avoid bowling Atif too much left-handers. The fact that Zabi has come out, you think he's coming out at 3? I mean, he's just kept kind of working his way up the order. Batting above Osama Mahmood, batting above Azim Nazir. Step out of his crease here. Fahim. Nice hit and no run. So this game's still very much in the balance.
The Nomads just have to be patient here, Vinny. New batter at the crease. Zabiullah will take the game to the Pakai Care bowling attack regardless. They know they've got some easier targets towards the back end. They've got the better off Jaffa Raza earlier today.
Well, gets a little bit inventive here, and he's going to get the result. Maximo says Carreras. And Nomads, well, they're just keeping on, getting on with the job. And the thing is, they're getting some of these runs off the premium. I kept seeing the premium 3 bowlers.
Just stop it for him. That is just too good. You saw in the replay there, he was looking for that shot the whole way down. Just an elegant, almost sort of vertical sweep. Just gorgeous batting.
This time he's going to deflect, but they got the 3rd in place. That's the end of the 4th over, and it's 67 for 1. Just going back to that LBW, I think you have to have sympathy for the umpire as well, having to make the call live. I've got to admit, there's certain kind of unconscious cues, I think, that obviously I see a lot of cricket as well. The thing that had me feeling like it was likely to miss, that was my initial reaction, was just unconsciously, I could see 2 stumps, I could see middle, I could see off. There wasn't really a significant straightening of the ball or any straightening of the ball. So my instinct said it was going to go further. Now look, we'll never know if that had taken some leg stump or not. In the end, the umpire has to call it. That's the call he makes, and he makes it in good faith. So these are the human moments, I suppose, that still exist in the game. But yeah, credit to Nomads, hasn't really slowed them down too much.
Well, this man, he's going to try to slow them down. Cameron coming on for his 2nd over.
Hit. Now, we know that Cameron's been especially destructive to right-handers. He hasn't always had the radar on to lefties, but he's been able to straighten it down the line and get poles flying. Now, he's bowling with a ball that's into its 5th over. I still think that's a pretty new ball, though.
Yeah, it certainly is.
It's not brand new, though.
Good to see Fahim go down and have a word to Zabiola. Specty's saying to him, you don't have to win the game in this over. Just beware, it's the Yorker swinging back into off stump that's the one that's going to really hurt you.
I
Pick your
wonder
ball.
if he's going to just not care what Fahim said and still try and smash it into another universe.
Didn't suggest he was listening.
Oh, he gets lidded and it almost goes down onto the stumps.
Well, I suspect we'll come out, have the medics come out and check him. He seems to be okay, and he's got a smile on his face, which is good. But, geez, that was a fast short ball.
For all the Wiggles fans there, wake up, Jeff. Let's have a look. Here comes the medic. No magic spray available that I can see. Just straight to the grill.
Which is not a bad outcome, actually. Getting hit in the grill, better than being slapped in the shell of the helmet.
Yeah, well, you got the little yellow bag. Can't say I've seen that before.
Just looks like an overnight bag just being taken out to the middle of the ground.
It's a concussion test it'll get. Lovely fingernails. Yeah, I mean, look, the Tooth Fairy would have had a field day if he wasn't wearing a grill, tell you that much. But Zabiola passes the test.
And Cammy's let him know who's boss of that ball.
Yeah, I mean, he just kind of had to react. I mean, to be fair, all the fielders and the bowler quick to get in to check he was okay. Thank goodness for helmets. It was only about 3 years ago that we had people facing Cameron without helmets before we made it standard. I'm glad we did.
It's almost the Cameron policy in a way.
No one wants to inform the family. Anyway, Zabiola. This will be interesting. There's 4 to come in the over. He used his bouncer. Yeah, so he's almost run himself out here, but he's all right. So I suppose you know now that you shouldn't get one above the shoulder again, but the ball that is about shoulder height or chest height is probably even more uncomfortable in a way to play. And also you shouldn't, doesn't mean you won't. There's a certain degree of self-preservation, I think, that comes into batting against bowling like this. We're talking kind of 85 miles an hour.
Pretty good short ball from Cameron. Zabiola's certainly not playing him out. He's having a crack. Little top edge there would have flown, but as it is, a couple of dot balls here from Cameron. It's good bowling, and it's exactly what he's been brought back for. Oh, tight.
It's a no ball.
That really should be called, and just waiting for the
standing
ball.
at the crease, you get a good view of it there. Benefit of the bat goes to the bowler on those, so another 50-50 call. Cameron whistling and past. Wow, now rolling cutter and slammed over the leg side. Maximo. Probably the last thing I was expecting was a slow ball. Was Zabiola He timed it up nicely, 6 runs.
Well, if Cameron showed him who was boss earlier in the over, Zabiola says he's coming for the crown. He's hit some big, big balls this week. Goes into his hitting zone, and Cameron is smashed.
Well, some people are mentioning good ECN knowledge. We haven't seen the torch in the eyes as part of the nighttime concussion test this year. It was part of it last year, and we had several players bowled the very next delivery, perhaps still dazzled by the lights. Zabiola is handling himself. One more ball for Cameron. Could be the last ball of his tournament. Goes for the stumps. Kept out. Zabi don't get a run though. Mid-off was up. End of 5. Game on here. Nomads are 74 for 1. As we welcome you into the commentary box. Winnie Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Here with Andrew Ryan. Looking fantastic. I love your Peacock Friday outfit. And great job by Corey Ruckus as well. Rico is on a little break. He will be here on Monday though. So he's deserved quite a long weekend. But yeah, times like this, when I see that kind of bowling, I'm happy I'm retired and I'm happy I'm up here because that was pretty spicy. Credit to Zabi though, wore one, gave one back.
He's possibly been the player of this Group D actually. Maximo has not missed out with the bat in any game so far. Come in a couple of times when the Nomads just getting behind the 8 ball, and he's pumped up the run rate. For so long as he and Fahim are there, the runs required here is not a problem. Pakai care, need a wicket.
It's a dot. So you've got Rabani now. So they haven't gone to the 5th bowler yet. So you've got Baba with an older ball to have one. You've got Rabani to have one. You've got Atif to have one. But then your other 2 overs, I'm pretty sure they'll be the plan will be Jafar Raza to bowl probably 8 and 10 or 7 and 9, something like that. Maybe 7 and 10. Short arm jab, but he's into the gap actually. In fact, it goes for 4. I thought there was no chance that would go for 4 off the bat of Nazir. It wasn't hit with immense power, but he threads the needle, and the Nomads will take the boundary.
Yeah, beautiful placement. Probably not 2 of their best outfielders out in that spot, but Nazir, he's sensational in manipulating the field, and almost a collision out there. Mid-wicket boundary. That boundary's just settled things down, and Rabani, it's been expensive, still 4 balls to go. 23
off 8. Big swing and a miss. Nazir wanted the leg side, probably wasn't on. And field was up on the offside, so he had mid-off up in the circle, had cover up in the circle, but still wanted the big Hollywood dinger.
Well, it's actually his best shot, the cover drive, and if you look out there at the moment, there's open pastures from point
Wonder if he was
all the way around.
I think he was expecting slow ball and affected his shot selection there. Rabani, pace on again, won't get a run. Yeah, look, I was talking to Corey about this earlier. There are times that Rabani sometimes goes for big runs, and I was like, why is that? Because sometimes it seems like he's hitting his spots, and there's certain games he seems unplayable, but sometimes he does go for big runs. I wonder if it's just when he chooses the wrong option and when to bowl it, and probably an execution thing as well if he misses his spots like any bowler. Good contest here. Walks at it again. Going to find one of the 3 sweepers out there on the leg side.
It's been a pretty good over from Rabani so far. Came back after some punishment through the blade of Hassan Ahmed in his first over. 1 for 24 in the context of this chase. It's not a bad little 2-over spell. Zabiola smoked a massive Maximo in the last over. Got a free swing at 1 here.
Last ball for Rabani. Or not. Yeah. Ball that just misses the tram line. He re-bowled.
Pretty good tactics from Rabani though. Change of pace, wide of off stump. Notes that Zabiola hits most of his Maximos over between long on and mid-wicket.
He's gone slow ball, missed his spot. Now does he double down on that, or does he put the pace on under?
I would have always him.
You're always guessing. You're always guessing when that's the thing. Last ball to 6th. Bowls the stock ball, but Zabiola doesn't get all of it. We will get the strike back. It's the end of 6 overs and 4 group finals, 4 ECN Classic matches, I think, loading here, because this game is anybody's right now. It's 81 for 1 after 6. The Nomads need 61 off the last 4 overs.
We were talking earlier. Maximo, pre-game about the fact that this has been a very even group in terms of wins for every team and a couple of, I guess, upsets in the context of where things finished. This could be the first thriller we've got on our hands, though. This one feels like it's going down to the wire. Nomads requiring just a tick over 15 runs per over. And not last throw of the dice by any stretch, but Pakai Care bringing Mohamed Atif on for his second over.
That's so fine, but then you're basically saying your fifth bowler is going to bowl 8 and 10. They just feel it's such an important over. They don't want to go to the fifth bowler yet. It's a good little kind of, that's the thumbless ball that he bowls where same action, same everything, but it just takes about 20% off the ball and it ends up rolling for a little bit of cut away to left to right on that reverse angle.
I think this is a pretty good matchup for Pakai Care, to be honest. T for the ability to just push the ball away, mixing up his speeds, getting it wide of off stump for Zabiola.
Just missed. Tried the same ball. It's been a really effective one today. We saw him having success against Stefan Gooch, and he was having to deal with it. So, yeah, it's not a real obvious rolling cutter where you see a lot of kind of wrist movement.
Just had a look at that replay, Vinny. That front leg from Zabiola is going way out to mid-wicket at the moment. If Atif keeps that wide of off-stump line.
Atif will see that. He won't want to get too close to him. Pretty good. Oh, what a trap. Oh, he's out!
My goodness!
Oh, no way! Can't believe what I've seen. Zabiola turns his back on the play and his middle stump's out of the ground. What a schoolyard error to make at such a big point in the final. Atif, well, he's had so many direct hits. He's never had one like that, I bet. It's 82 for 2.
Oh, the young kid, Zabiola, he's been so good all tournament, but he's had an absolute brain fade at the most important moment in Group D. And Mohamed Atif just spotted the chance and taken it.
Oh, he can't get off the field quick enough. He's not even close. Look at that.
Just extraordinary stuff. Vinny, Sandhu, have you ever seen anything like it?
No, I've never seen anything like. First is a perfect trap. Perfect trap. Turns his back, throws, just misses him, hits middle stump, and Atif has created something out of nothing. Well, all the cricket clubs want to sign him up. You might have a few football clubs wanting to sign him up after that. With that kind of ball control, what an error from Zabiola. Goes for 8 off 9.
Great skills from Mohamed Atif, though, make no mistake. As Shiraz Sawari has been put out there, he's one of the best strikers in this team. They could do with a couple of Maximos now.
Zabiola, I mean, feel for him a bit. It's a bonehead play and he couldn't get off the field quick enough, like I said. You might have precipitated a tough little period for your replacement. So Zabiola got hit in the head, hit a 6, then turned his back on the play. You just have an obligation to get back in your crease. It's such a basic. Even if you don't know where the ball is, get back in your crease.
Certainly. Well, no use crying over spilt milk now. Sawari out there with Nazir. Is still there, 33 off 14. Just cannot get on strike.
Yeah, he's really worked these kind of batters out. He knows they're never going to be able to get across to that kind of delivery. They want to kind of stay leg side and swing leg side. So this kind of ball, look at that left foot, so far outside the leg stump. And Atif, he's using all his experience that he's gained as a young age here.
Yeah, it's a tough call who to throw out here. I was actually thinking maybe the experience of Azim Nazir might have come to join his brother. It's his high-quality left-arm pace bowling.
Yeah, this is one that probably was more in his zone, but this is the thing. If that's your play, and we've seen it happen many, many times, if you have a kind of one-dimensional aspect to your hitting zone, then good bowlers are going to be able to starve you of the kind of ball you want.
It looks like Atif is changing to go around the wicket for this final ball. No, he's walking back to his mark at the top. It would be a strange decision because he's got Sawari on toast here.
Still can't believe that run out. Last ball, the 7th. Last ball for Atif. Oh, wide. Did well to get inside it. Wow. Did that catch some of the shirt? definitely doesn't go over the stumps. Must have just grazed the jumper.
Well, certainly that's what Atif was claiming to the umpire. I guess the upside of that is Fahim Nazir gets back on strike, but geez, he's got some work to do in these 3 overs.
Official word was it hit the batter, and that's why it's not a wide. So, geez, haven't Pakake had a few breaks in this innings? The universe looking after them. Group E tomorrow. We'll head into the weekend, and we'll start with a bit of a battle of northern neighbours with Talon Strikers of Estonia versus Empire CC of Finland. Start the day. Ariana CC at their first ECL to take on Lisbon at their first ECL as well, and Vorberg at their first ECL. I think the thing with this group is that Empire CC are actually the only team that have ever been here before. So we had Ariana Keefe, who were arch rivals with Ariana CC here before. You know that all too well, of course, from your time in European Cricket Series. But yeah, so we have 4 newbies. So let's hope we get them on the park.
There's some great battles in Group E. There's a battle still to be taking place here. There's young Jaffa Raza. He's a young man, a lot of talent, a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. He's done the right thing. He's managed to get Fahim Nazir off strike first ball.
Corey's changed his tune on foot fielding after that Atif effort. So Jaffa. Oh, you need to get after the youngster, and that's what Sawari does. Gets off the mark with a boundary. Is there one more twist in this? I mean, they need 20 and over, but you're going to get the youngster probably for 2 overs. Can you take him for 40? Can you take the over in between for 20? You're going to have Muhammad Babar come back, I'm pretty sure. But you need 6s, and you need them now if you're a Nomads fan.
Yeah, certainly do. 2 men at the crease, more than capable of delivering it, but gee, the numbers are in Pakai Care's favour at the moment.
Can't. Oh, well.
So I'm glad Fahim decided to finally put his bat down.
Fahim's not gonna make that kind of an error, surely.
Jeez, if I'm Sawari here, he's seen what they're doing to him. He should be setting up outside off stump.
You've got to even go further. Dare him to bowl at the stumps. Because the thing is, he starts there, but he's going to step away. You watch. And that time, it's hit very, very well. Oh, like the first tee at the British Open. Maximo, and a good one.
Jeez, that deserved a 12, Vinny. That's a huge hit from Sawari. He's played and missed at a fair few balls in this innings, but that is a giant Maximo.
Not exactly a confidence builder for young Jaffa Raza, but you can see there, just got too close to him. Just got too close to him, didn't he?
You can understand why they've been bowling away from him so far.
That might be the hardest hit ball all day, and we've seen some pretty hard hit balls. Some of the players here. And Ian Latine as well. This will be a wide, goes too far. We actually made a comment saying, well, Zabiul, it was a bit of a brain fade moment, but let's be honest, he wasn't really going. He was 8 off 8, then 8 off 9 when he hit the ball back to Atif. Got out not watching. So give someone else an opportunity. That's someone. Is Sawari, who's 10 off 7. Now gets this, but not that well. Does it carry all the way back to the line? And 6. Maximo. It's funny how the cricket universe works so far. I mean, Sawari has already hit more 6s than Zabiullah did in less balls. And the Nomads are 100, and they haven't given up yet.
Tell you what, Raza probably thought he'd done his job there and jammed Sawari up. Didn't feel like it came off the meat of the bat, but the power of this man sent it pretty comfortably over the boundary. Final ball of the over.
Oh, there's an edge that's flying, and it's going to bounce just inside. It's going to be 4 runs. So they do get the magical over they need that keeps them in the game. Twists and turns and edges that burn for the Spanish fans. Swiss fans elated to still be alive. It's 104 for 2 after 8.
Oh, this final is delivering, Maximo. This is tension and top quality T10 cricket at its best. And I'll tell you what that's done. Jaffa Raza has got almost inevitably going to bowl the 10th over, but he's been smoked for 22 off his first. That's probably there or thereabouts the amount of runs he'll have to play with in the 10th.
Set the table here, because I think you're going to get Babar in the 9th. A few questions about why Sawari's out here, but remember Osama Mahmood, he struggled against Pakak earlier. He was retired out. Nazim Nazir's the other one that could be batting at this stage. But anyway, Fahim still there, 34 of 15. He's only faced 15 balls out of 38, of 48, I should say, in this innings. But he's going to play a beautiful-looking straight drive up into the night sky. Maximal, 6 more.
Gorgeous cricket from Fahim Nazir. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. He's been the best player in Swiss cricket over the last 10 years. And could this be his crowning moment? I'll tell you what, Vinny, I reckon if there's one man from this Pack I Care bowling lineup he'd love to face at the moment, it's Babar. He'll bring it right into his hitting zone.
Well,
Babar's got some length choices here.
Let's get some air in those lungs. You're going to need them, Rhino. Babar, not exactly a confidence builder for him. This one, inside out, that's going to be 4. Field was up in the offside. Nazir is kind of like a master craftsman at work, isn't he? When he gets down to business, and he is keeping those hopes alive. And just like that, we're pretty much back to a coin flip.
Yeah, certainly is. I said a few overs ago, his cover drive is probably his best shot. They've had that area unprotected for most of his innings so far. He's waited for his moment, opened the blade. Glorious batting.
Oh boy. And again, Jafar Raza, every time these go to the boundary, he's probably getting a little bit more nervous. It's only natural. I mean, they do have other options, Bikram, but he only bowled 1 ball and it went for 6 earlier. So I think you got to trust Jaffa to try and get you out of a jam. But we'll see how many there are still to get. Nazir on 44. Pretty well bowled, but that squeezes away for 4 as well. The Nomads, now it's their time to have all the running, all the momentum going to the Swiss.
24 off 9, Vinny. There's hugs out in the middle with every single one of these boundaries. And in the last 9 balls, the Nomads have gone from the maybe man into probably the more likely at this stage. That's another beautiful piece of batting from Nazir.
Could have gone anywhere, if I'm honest. I think it's probably inside, thick inside edge, but it flies. Nazir to 48, 24 off 9, 1.5 overs will decide Group D here on the 3rd night. Oh, bad ball from Baba. Bad Baba. Good Fahim Nazir, who brings up his 50 off 19 balls, and now the Nomads unbelievably are ahead. What a 10 minutes of cricket we've seen.
Oh, it's one thing to have class with the bat, Vinny. It's another to keep you cool and deliver when your club most needs. Wasn't a great ball from Babar. I'm sure it'll get a little bit of a review, but either way, Nazir has lofted it for a Maximo. 54 off 19 balls. I said a couple of deliveries ago, I think he'll enjoy Babar. He's bowling straight into his hot spots.
Oh, well, it takes 1 ball to turn things around here. 18 required, 8 balls left. Here's the comeback from Mohammad Babar. Oh, what a shot. He goes over point. Babar wanted that line, but Fahim doesn't care. Opens up the offside and takes them 6 closer. 2 hits away from the win now, the Nomads.
What incredible batting, 60 off 20. A deep breath for him this over. In fact, the last 7 balls have gone 6, 4, 6, 4, 4, 6, 6. Extraordinary stuff.
Go you one before, the ball before that went for 7 because it was a 6 and a wide.
Right.
So this is completely blown up.
Question here for you, Vinny. Does Fahim try to go for the boundary, or does he put himself on strike for the final over?
I think if it's there, you go. You can just be a bit more selective though. But if you get 6, he's 6 closer. Last ball of the 9th. He hits it hard. Doesn't carry. Well fielded. Has no idea where it is. Does.
That's perfect result for them too. If he's not going to hit the boundary, take the single.
Yeah,
he's back on
if
strike.
it's in your zone, you still go it. But I mean, you know a single's not a bad result. 11 required then. That over went for 27. We had a period there. We had 43 runs off 9 balls. That's what we were talking about. And now some decisions to be made. We'll have a conference out there in the middle.
The bar's almost raised up the half ton from his 2 overs. I cannot remember the last time he has gone for something like 48, and there's now 4 Pack I Care men discussing who takes the last.
I think you've got to go with what you think your best option is, and I still think your best option is Jafar Raza. You know, I think he's had overs that he's won. He's had overs that he's restricted to 10 or less, which is what you need to do now to win the game.
Well, effectively what Raza needs to do here, jam in a Yorker, see if he can get Nazir off strike, and then push that ball wide of off stump of Shawari, see if he can get a few dot balls.
Yeah, well, if you do have 10 off this over exactly, we're going to golden ball 72. We've never had a golden ball in a final here at the Cartama Oval. But we have had, I think, 7 ECL, or 6 now. 6 ECL golden balls. There you go. All right, well, Fahim has carried him this far, but this game is far from over. Basically 2 boundaries, I think, will ice the game now for the Nomads. 49 in 16 balls since that crazy run out of Zabiula. It's funny how the world works. It seemed like everything was going against the Swiss in the early part of this chase. 11 to win. Hit 4. All right, well, wasn't the worst ball really, but Fahim able to get his hands out in front of his legs. And the Swiss, they have the smell of victory now. 7 off 5 required. I think 1 more boundary will kill this game.
Oh, there's men and women in the mountains throughout or outside of Zurich at the moment who are holding their breath. The Nomads 2 shots away from an ECL finals week berth. 7 off 5 required.
Hush comes around the ground. Jaffa, youngster with a comeback ball. It's a good one, but he's able to get it away. Now, where's it gone? And how far's it gone? Well, we'll have to check this one, but for sure it's a boundary. Has it tied the game?
It's one of the most incredible shots we've seen tonight, Vinny. That was a pretty decent Yorker from young Jaffa Raza. And look at this shot from Fahim Nazir, almost whipping the helicopter out.
Hits the rope at 6. The scores are tied. Wow.
1 run needed for glory.
Yeah, so confirmed there. So, wow. Jaffa Raza, the youngster. 4 chances to win the game. Nazir to 71. He's carried his team on his back so far. Pakai Care need a miracle, or maybe 4 miracles in a row, to avoid an early knockout in ECL 25. Here we go. And it'll do it. And the sweet smell of Swiss success fills the Khartoum Oval as the Nomads, their first ECL, they've made it to the big dance. They've made it to the Magnificent 7. And it's because of a fantastic effort from many of their players. But Nazir, he's the man. When it came down to it, they'll never catch him. He'll finish on 71. And the Swiss, they'll do it with 4 balls to spare.
Don't injure him, boys. Don't injure him. He's too precious. What an unbelievable innings from Fahim Nazir. 71 runs off 23. He is the king of the Zurich Nomads. He is the king of Swiss cricket. And for tonight, at least, he is the king of ECL 2025. What a magnificent win, deposing the ECL champions from a few years ago, Pakai Care. An unbelievable victory, and one that only 10 minutes ago, Vinny, looked very, very unlikely.
Yeah, well, another The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back. And unfortunately, the news isn't too good at the moment, although still hopes that are holding out for a final tonight. If you've missed the update so far, unfortunately, due to the rain that came in last night, it actually took us off the field just towards the end of match 8 of the 10 matches planned yesterday. There was more serious rain overnight and then this morning, and so the decision was made to 3 matches of the 4-match finals day. So that was the eliminator as well as qualifier 1 and qualifier 2. There still are hopes that we can get a final on tonight, and so the starting time would be 6 p.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 in India. You can see there the plan is to get Farmers of Jersey up against the Wolfendanker Optimists of Luxembourg to see if we can find a group winner that way, but at the moment it is very much a wait and see situation. So look, we are going to go back to another classic match while we wait, and we're actually going to go back again to another group final in this series. So we're going to go back to Dreux versus Darmstadt, the Group A final. Once again, keep an eye on the bottom of the screen, and also keep an eye on our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. So sit tight. If there's any updates, we'll let you know. But until then, enjoy another ECN Classic.
I'll tell you what, nothing better than a night at Cardimer Oval when a man in a yellow suit introduces the French taking on the Germans. I don't care where you are in the world, you better buckle in for the next 90 minutes because it's going to be sheer entertainment. 2 absolute chaos T10 teams are going to duke it out under the Cardimer lights. And this game could go either way, really. There is a lot of power in both these teams. They play the T10 brand of cricket where you might see some crazy shots, but the ball does go a long way. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups. Darmstadt CC, Abdul Shakur listed at 3 there with that famous 100 only a couple of hours ago, up against a very well-known Dreux side. They're the only team to compete the French champions in every edition of the ECL, 5 years on the bounce. They want to make it through the championship week, but they have the Germans in their way. And the history between the French and the Germans go back a long, long way, and it's going to write another page in that history book tonight as these 2 teams duke it out. Supercomputer obviously leaning towards Dreux because of their history at the event, but this is a 50-50. When the lights are on, anything can happen, and the opening pair have a big part to say. There's Nabi. He knows that a big innings from him will likely see his team through the championship week. He's been out of touch for a while now, but tonight can he come good for his club team? So we're almost set to go. Abdul Rashid has the ball in hand. It's going to be Shub and Joe, our 2 standing officials, and a warm welcome to all the viewers, wherever you're watching from. It's finals time. The sun just starting to go behind the mountains. The lights are on. Will it zip around? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But I'm looking forward to this one, and I feel like this power play might have a big say in which way this game goes. So, Niaz on strike, Nabi at the non-strikes end. Rashid's got the new rock. Ball number 1. Clipped around the corner. It's a circumspect start. If that was a group stage game, I reckon Niaz is trying to pump that for 6. There'll be nerves in that dressing room. Even though they've been here 5 years in a row and won the trophy, you're not human if you don't feel a few nerves in a final. Deep square, deep backward point, the 2 boundary riders. Oh, high in the air, that's straight to the field, a huge moment, he's gone! He's gone, Niaz is gone for a globe. Oh, they're just not clicking in the top order. And that went straight to that man at backward point, maybe even a bit finer than that. And great captaincy. They had a feeling, and that team is pumped up. Darmstadt, the German champions, strike a massive early blow. Niaz, who's got a good track record at Cardimer Oval, goes back for a duck, and that dressing room is pumped up. The score is 0-1 as I welcome back the man with that lovely introduction, Vinny Sandhu. Here we go.
Yeah, I've rushed over because I don't want to miss a minute of this. Niaz, 2-ball duck for him. Kind of stuck in the pitch, didn't it? Didn't have a lot of pace to work with. And he just guided it down to Stefan Solomon, didn't have to move.
He hasn't really clicked this week. It's the Drua batting lineup isn't as strong as it's looked in the past, but out walks a man that you know I like, and when he gets going, it's a joy to watch. Nisa can play 360.
I mean, the thing is, Drua, if they turn it on, if they find it, who knows what they need to do, then I think they are big favourites in this game. Even the percentage still suggests it, despite their form today. As this is up in the air, can anyone reach this? Oh, what a catch! Oh, what a catch! Pranav Nath, he's run back with the flight of the ball, and now Nissan's gone. Rashid's on a hat-trick, and what a dramatic start to this Group A final.
Oh, it's the check drive from Nisa, who doesn't go through with the shot, but to catch it over your right shoulder with the lights in play is never easy. And Drua are struggling. 0 for 2, Vincenzo.
I thought for all money that he was going to come up short then. I thought this was finding grass. Nisa was worried. Couldn't have judged it any better. Even kind of pulled up straight away. Took a right turn. And how about that with the German bench? They like what they're seeing. We haven't seen a German club make it to the final group of teams since SG Findorf back in 2019. That's a long time between drinks. The Germans 2 years ago, they finished top 2 in their group, went out in straight sets, but right now they have 2 of that dangerous top 3. None for 2.
Hat-trick time, Vinny. Hat-trick time. And, well, Rafa's come out and he's going to try and tape ball this for 6.
All right, Punters did it yesterday. Can Rashid do it today? Hat-trick ball in the final. Misses, called wide.
Yeah, good call. Huge moments early. That's 2 very well-known batters gone in the sheds. You know what the thing is about Niaz and Nisa going back, Vinny? They're probably the more 2 technical players. Now when you get Ahmed Zai, Nabi, Rafa, it's a bit cowboyish. Now it's luck.
You're getting a team of cowboys and only one horse. Rafa at 4. Doesn't have to hit this either. And Rafa, I think they know he's a bit of a risk of nicking down to 3rd the way that Hamza did, because the way he plays, he'll often try and find that leg side, get a big scooping leading edge. They've got a kind of short, almost like a gully in, and they've got that deep 3rd back.
This is a very Western Shield type of field. I actually like it a lot. Ball zipping.
Rashid's really just trying to stay away from bowling 2 straight to Rafa. 2 for 2 in the final. This is probably going to be out as well. Azmat's called it, and he's dropped it. This man doesn't drop catches.
He does, Vinny.
And he does now. He had a bit of a look. I think he had the better angle on that one. And that really should have been 3 out in the first over.
I dare say he catches that. That's the final almost wrapped up. 3 extremely dangerous players. Oh boy, Rashid can't believe it. He should have held on to it. This game's had it all early.
Rafa, he was praying, absolutely praying that would get spilled. And Asmat, I can't actually remember him ever dropping a catch. It wasn't an easy one, I suppose. Twilight at the moment.
Oh, here comes
Nabi
Nabi.
faces up for the first time. And he belts it. This has vibes, though. We've seen what Nabi can do at night, and it's 2 years since that famous innings against the Scots here, where he just absolutely torched it, even though he hasn't timed the ball too often.
He hasn't timed the ball in 18 months, Vin, but if he can bat for 5 overs and it clicks, he could be on 100. So this might be the great resurgence of Nabi. This is his chance. The team's up against the wall. Can he go huge?
Well, is it a one-hit wonder? That's the question.
Ball left.
Wide, just. So 10 for 2. We've seen Drua having to kind of recover from early wickets in this ECL so far. And generally they have.
If there was ever a time for one man to put the Superman cape back on, this is it. This is it, Nabi. You could earn the respect of everyone back right now.
I don't think he's lost it just yet.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is so close to the pegs.
Oh boy, I was waiting for the sound of ball on stump there, but it didn't come. It's the end of the first over. Hang on to your hats, folks. This is going to be a good night.
Oh.
It's 12 for 2
How's that?
at the end of 1.
How's that missed the left peg? Unbelievable. Well, game on. Darmstadt ahead, 2 massive wickets. They got the more technical players out. This is our ECN hat-tricks Hall of Fame, and there was a hat-trick.
Akudzada did it for DCC
In
yesterday.
this group, a lot of bowlers have been on a hat-trick.
Yeah, we've had an unreasonable amount of 2 and 2. Go back a minute, Mohammed Atif's on there for Paco Care.
The Fizz.
Yeah, the Fizz as he's now known. Yeah, having a quick look there at how we got here today. Drew had to go the hard way. They made pretty light work of Peel St John's. Oh, right, that's in the air. Surely, the keeper wants it. He's never going to make it, is he?
Oh,
No.
it's not that it
Wasn't his catch.
It wasn't his catch. He called out 45, and I think the emotions are getting to Darmstadt a bit.
I think he made up his mind too early that it was his, and 45 had to step aside.
It was never his. He called the fielder out. He had too far to go. That's a drop chance, Vin.
He's only got little legs, Olfat, and had to try and get there. He didn't find the drop zone. You're right, that is a chance. If you call it a drop, that's twice that Rafa's been dropped in 2 balls. Now, Nabi launches one over deep extra cover. Maximal. He does his best work at night. Ahmed Nabi.
I'll get excited once he's hit his 4th or 5th. We've seen glimpses of Nabi where he goes bang, bang, and then gets out. Maybe tonight he can really go big. Big innings from Nabi flips this game. Tell you what, it's always a good sign when you see him going over the offside. It makes one big difference to his game. What a start to this final.
We need the whole seat, just the edge of it tonight, I think.
Oh, he's
Nabi
on.
launches it again.
He's on.
Maximal, 6 more. What a time for the captain to step up. It's only a start, but it is a counter-attack coming from Ahmed Nabi.
Oh, turn the clock back. It's 2022 Nabi. He's rocked up. The Back to the Future time machine's working. This is what he did years ago, where he hit the offside.
Yeah.
I've seen 2 sixes on the offside from him for the first time in 2 years. This is old Nabi. He's back. He's back, Vin.
We're only 1.5 overs in. We're halfway through the power play.
Oh, love it. It's arguably the greatest format ever.
Oh, didn't have to go after that, but Das gets a thick top edge that flies for 4 more.
He's on, Vin, I'm telling you. He meant that. He got the thick edge on purpose. You might have taken 2 big wickets. They've dropped Rafa twice, but Nabi, imagine if he hits form now. Surely Darmstadt
On
thinking
another
out.
night, that's a slightly thinner edge, and he's gone. This time, it flies over the keeper.
It would be incredible if he hits form tonight.
It's over, it's gone for 17, and we're 4 balls into it. Nath, who just took a brilliant catch in the last over to get Nisa first ball. Every ball's an event right now.
He wants it. He's choking that bat handle so much right now.
He doesn't say hello. He's got a, credit to him, even though he's had a run of poor form, I suppose, on ECN, you'd say, compared to what he did. And keeps that same disposition. He's a great ambassador for the game. There's a big swing through. Let's change the pace.
They're the ones that worry me when he's playing this cross bat sort of hoik and it's not there. I like that he's hit a cut. I like that he's hit a drive. Keep your breath about you here, Nabi. Be a little bit smart also.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit.
Should be. I just don't think he will. Nabi, last ball the over. And gets this as well, up and over the top. It will carry the boundary. It'll be 6 more. Maximal. 6 más. That over goes magical. A tale of 2 overs. The first one went 2 for 12. That one, no wicket for 23. Magical stuff at the end of 2 overs. 35 for 2.
Don't know why anyone would watch Test cricket when you can have this. It's unbelievable, Vinny. The French versus the Germans. It's always the way. It's chaos.
Yeah, it's condensed, isn't it? But yeah, obviously, Drew had their moment back in 2023.
I've got a question for you. If Rafa had been caught that first over, which he should have been, at 3 for 3, is Nabi still trying to go this aggressive?
Yeah, it's his comfort food. Tonight's the night we're going to put our first name on that list. The first of 7 teams to qualify for Championship Week. Right, Rashid. And now this is in the
Oh,
air.
it's high.
I reckon that's catchable as well. It's coming down inside the field of play, and it's caught. So Rafa gives 3 opportunities in the 3 balls he faces. The third one is taken. That was a mile high. Slightly awkward catching time of day as day slowly turns into night, but that is the 3rd wicket now, and Drew 35 for 3.
Oh boy, Rafa faced 3 balls and he skied all 3. Good safe catch, and Ahmedzai comes out. It's just, this is the way they play. It looks a bit crazy sometimes, and sometimes it's the best you'll ever see, sometimes it's the blurst you'll ever see, but that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's been the blurst of starts. Rafa literally skies 3 balls. The 3rd one gets caught. It was a nice catch out there by Abdul Shakur, who's having a very good day.
Vinny, I mean, you get Ahmedzai here. I know Nabi's ticking a bit, but it's starting to get a little bit thinner.
They're not done yet. I will say they don't bat quite as deep as they used to. We'll say that as well. But you got Captain Caveman, as he was getting called yesterday, Cameron Ahmedzai, batting 5. Now he's going to go over at first ball, and he'll get it. Maximo. Wow, what a crazy start. We thought it would be crazy. It is delivering so far. There's 6 runs to get Kamran going.
Oh, great cricket so far. Ahmedzai doesn't care there's a deep backward point. He just pops it over his head. Oh, they could get bowled out for 60, or they could still hit 160. That's how it feels.
3 wickets is what they've had to recover from so far in the series, and pretty much they have every time. Rashid, bad area for him. He's got all 3 wickets. Now that's a nice check cut up and over. Maximo. It's chaos at Cardiff once again.
Oh, injected into me, Vinny. This is proper T10 cricket right now. This has final written all over it. Short, wide. Ahmedzai just puts it into the trees.
He is better over the offside than a lot of the batters around him.
There's been 6 sixes and a 4. There's been 7 boundaries and 3 wickets in the first 15 balls of the game. And 2 drop catches.
French card. Yeah. Rashid. He's got 3, but he wants 4. Pitches up. Okay. I don't see that very often. It wasn't really an Ahmedzai zone. He has to go through. They probably know Rashid's a bit of a threat here as well. Let's go back to the dismissal of Rafa. It wasn't one that was very easy to kind of whip away with the bounce and pace that Rashid has.
This is genuine T10 carnage.
That one is straighter and misjudged by Cameron Ahmedzai.
Who's won the power play right now? Darmstadt. Think so, because of that bit more frail lower batting order?
It's not frail though.
It is. I mean, if you get a wicket now, who's coming in? Probably Ahmedzai or Safi?
Safi.
I think one more, 2 more wicket. 1 more wicket, and they're in a bit of trouble.
They've only got 7 genuine threats with the bat. I'd say it's about an even power play, honestly. Got him! He pitches up, it comes down the line, and it's 4 for Rashid. Ahmedzai couldn't deal with it. It's an excellent piece of swing bowling. So Rashid with 4 in the final now. And I think with that wicket, you do say that the Germans have won their power play. Nabi's left stranded there on 30, but the team score after 3 is 47 for 4.
I wouldn't say not just one. I'd say they've really won it now, because we're talking about a lower order that isn't as renowned as the top 6. This swung late. That's one corker of a delivery. And Ahmedzai's technique gets called into question. He can't cope with it.
If he was willing to leave one, he probably needs to be willing to kind of just keep that one out. It was always threatening to do that.
That can be a match-winning spell. 4 wickets, 4 top over order batters, and who'd he get? Niaz, Nisa, Rafa, Ahmedzai. That's a big 4 to get in your spell.
Yeah, I agree. We saw Wahid Abdul with an amazing 2 overs in the power play.
The thing is, Nabi will offer you a chance soon enough. And if he does, and they catch it, I mean, they're in huge strife here, Vinny. That lower order now, they're sort of burst through the dam a bit.
But Abdurrahman Ahmedzai, left-hander, comes to the crease, won't be facing Nabi.
Well,
He's 30 off 7. He faced 7 of the 18 balls in that power play. He lost 4 partners. He's on to his 5th batting partner.
What's Nabi thinking right now?
This game's only been going for 15 minutes.
Is he trying?
What a 15 minutes.
Is he trying to bang this for 6?
If it's in his zone, he will always try and hit it for 6.
How big's his zone?
Parviz Akudzada coming off a hat-trick yesterday into Ahmed Nabi. goes, has a good look. Has some doubt there. Maybe some doubt about whether it's hitting leg stump or just missing. I thought the bat was close-ish to it as well.
No, that's going down. That's a good call from Joe, the umpire.
You can see 2 stumps.
Yeah, on the angle of where he delivered it from. There's Joe Foster. Good decision.
Very good umpire, Joe. Good team of officials here. That one's going to get through the field. Partly knocked down. Nabi, knowing him, will think about it crazy too. This time he doesn't. Over to Abdurrahman Ahmedzai.
Well, look, one thing for certain, they are going to need some help from the lower order this time. It's not just going to be Nabi. They're going to need someone to make a 20 or a 30 somewhere.
They've got the batting to do that. I mean, Tahsin Safi hasn't really shown his potential in this, but we have seen him before, and he can be very, very good. Just thinking though, if they get to 133 expected right now in 130s, Shakur just blew them out of the water, hit 100 out of the 130 odd they needed to win the game earlier today. Abdurrahman goes after the first one, finds the fielder, just a single.
This is probably in quite some time the first time that Drew have been this much under the pump in a final under lights. For me, they're pretty far behind at the moment, and one more wicket could really spell danger. Nabi, 31 of 9. Can he keep going?
Oh, what a spectacle. Goes after it. He hasn't really got it. Should be gone. He is out. Well, there's the top 5 back, and Nabi 31. He'll go no further. It's a great catch out there in the outfield. They knew the gravity of the moment, and it's that man again, Parvez Akhundzada, that chips in for his team, and that's 5 out. It's all falling apart for the 2023 champions in real time here. 49 for 5.
Can you believe it? That much vaunted top 5 are all dismissed, and only 40 odd runs on the board. Nice safe catch, Vinny. 49 on the board to remove that top 5. You sell both legs for it. They are so far behind in this game now, it could be curtains.
Shafiul Niazi took an unbelievable catch earlier to get Rafa at one more regulation. Nabi, 22 out of his 31 runs on the offside tonight, was looking good. Just didn't get all of that, did he? Had a bit of luck early. He's fresh out of it on 31, and Drew now 49 for 5.
Wow. Someone that's not so well known for their batting will have to step up tonight.
Could be a good opportunity for Tahsin Safi. And he goes straight first ball, pumps us. Well, I said do not count out.
What a shot.
It is true, lower order. The 50's up, 55 for 5. Still the ball to come in the over.
I haven't seen Safi hit one all week, and he's just gone check drive 6. Wow.
Hold the pose. Safi played for PUC last year in the ECL.
Pretty good shot first rock, Vinny.
Yeah, it is. I suppose maybe you could argue it's kind of slot length, but absolutely nailed by Tahsin Safi.
I don't agree with the supercomputer right now. For me, the German sides are about 75%.
Isn't that amazing, the supercomputer's giving him 50-50?
That's just because of history, but I think right now they're 75% to win this.
Supercomputer knows the recent history today.
What a shot, first ball.
Great time for Safi to step up. The Germans now, you still got to realise the job's only half done. 5 wickets you have, 5 more you want, then you go out there and bat. We'll say it's not really a criticism because Shakur batted incredibly well, but he was the one that got almost all the runs this morning. So if he was to go early, you know, the Germans at times have also had a bit of a fragility. All right. Akhundzada has got lit up first ball, and he bowled to Safi. Gets the right of reply, last ball the 4th. Safi goes again, and that's 6 more. Maximal. They're not going to change for anybody. So we have a wicket. We have 2 sixes to finish the over. There were 14 off it in total, and after 4, Drew, 61 for 5.
61 for 5 off 4. Oh, boy. They just keep coming. It will take something special to get right back into this game. They could go hit or bust here. 61 for 5. What an incredible start.
It sure is. Time to pause for a second now. We've got something a bit different with some off-spin. Majid Nasiri is going to bowl. He did try the run-out backing up the other day. Apparently he's known for a little bit in the local competition, so those batters are on notice. I think if you drew here...
I wonder if he man-cats tonight, I don't think the coach will call the batter back. I think you're taking it.
Up the security. Anyway, Good matchup here on paper with the left-hander facing up, Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. Over number 5. First one, way too short, and he'll be called wide.
I mean, if they go at 10s from here, they still make 120, which is quite unbelievable. It's just the wickets column would be making them slightly twitchy.
They're not settling here, Drew. Another team might kind of be a bit more conservative. And
I think if they lost one more wicket, though, you are through to really more well-known lower order batters.
I've seen a lot of shtick though with the bat.
Was it? I saw a little bit, Vin. Lower order.
Safi, 2 balls faced, 2 sixes. It's his approach here. He can answer my own question. Wanted it, it's thick under edge. That's actually going at pace. Runs away for runs.
Well, the fortune favours the brave. I think Safi just thought the best move for him is a bit of counter-attack cricket, but I think they all think that.
Yeah, I think he can be a bit more selective than that. I mean, that wasn't really in his zone. He tried to muscle it anyway. He was really lucky he didn't chop it on.
I think Safi's going to go at everything, and maybe Ahmadzai tries to bat through a little bit.
Shook my head at Corey off there. Goes after this and gets enough. Maximo! 6 more. This is what Tahsin Safi is in the side for as well. He provides a lot of flexibility with the bat. He's batting 7 here, and he's already banged 3 sixes and a 4.
Well, look, Safi's new to this team. Played his cricket there last year, and this would be big from him. For a new player to get them over line would be massive for Drew. What a crazy start. Proper finals fever.
73. Not even halfway yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be around 80. It's just that wickets column. Usually you try ignore it, but at club level, you always have a bit of a tail.
Yeah. Got giving it a bit of the side eye.
Yeah, there's a bit of a side eye going on.
Well, it's really tough to be fearless. You do need to just kind of put it out of your mind. It's easier said than done. Safi's just a bit of an equipment check, and then he's good to go. Siri, fire on fire here.
Great final so far.
Drew ahead.
Nah,
56%.
that's not always correct. They're not ahead.
Smarter than a human.
It isn't.
We'll see. That's too short. That's going to get the treatment as well. Maximo for Safi. Lifted up and out of the ground.
Tell you what, Safi has come out at a crucial moment. He's 28 off 5. He doesn't feel pressure, this man. It was 49 for 5, and these two have already put on a good little stand.
Call of the batting falling away hasn't really paid off just yet.
Safi's batted a few times this tournament, and he hasn't done anything like this.
When he played the ECL last year, he was the one player that just found the level straight away. And I know he hasn't necessarily had the tournament with the bat so far that he would have liked, but you can see how clean he hits it. Siri in danger of going magical here in the 5th over. Thing is, then do you bring it back? Do you go for a 6 bowler? 2 to come.
So that's okay, and that's one thing that Thru can add to their game sometimes, you feel.
Yeah, I think they're forced to be a bit more selective here. That's the theory, at least. Already have 18 off the over. 19 now.
Yeah, I mean, you've taken another single here. I think you're okay. You'll be happy.
Inside, doesn't like to attack. Surprise, surprise. Thick inside edge on this. Run away. It does go magical though. 20 come off the 5th. And that's the end of it. It's 81 for 5. After 5, let's welcome you into the commentary box. What a start. This is ECN cricket in the first degree. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Got Corey Ruckers with me. Group A final. It's only the beginning though. We have 7 group finals, then of course championship week. But what a chaos start. The top 5 all in the shed. But Drew, no surprises. They're still swinging.
Well, I hope every final's like this. This is a great advertisement. This is T10 cricket. You're seeing sixes, wickets. I think in the first 15 balls we saw 3 wickets, 2 drop catches and 4 sixes. And that's what T10's all about.
Yeah, it's entertaining, but also, it takes a lot of courage. And I know the way you had your Europe side playing last week was to, to back yourself and to counter-attack, put the pressure back on the other team. That's what Drew do so well. The Germans, like I said, they feel they're probably a wicket or 2 away from really getting down towards the bottom. Change bowling now with Sheffield and Niasi having a pretty good day here on finals day. Coming into the lefty, Abdurrahman Ahmadzai. And he goes up, but straight up, and it's a bit of a goober here. Should be gone, is gone. Shot wasn't really on though, was it? It's a simple catch there for Adnan Nazir in the circle. So there's that 6th wicket. Niasi having a good day. It's getting even better as day turns tonight. Drew, 81 for 6.
Such a strange innings. Even though they're striking at 15.7 for 157, you feel like they could get bowled for under 100. Very loose stroke. And Darmstadt take a crucial wicket. For me, I think they start to now get into the tail end.
The thing is, first ball he bowls, and if you know, even in the longer form you can afford to do it. This is probably a moment you can afford to do it with it. Just get the pace of the new bowler. You see, he just mistimes that. Pretty much hits it straight up in the air. Adnan Nazir does the rest. Abdurrahman Ahmadzai goes for 3, and it's 81 for 6.
Well, yeah, look, it looks like it's the big man, and we don't know him very well for his batting, but it's Wahid Abdul coming out.
I mean, can hit the ball. I've seen him bat a few times.
But there is a fragility here, Vinny. They could get rolled for under 100.
Niasi with the wicket first ball. Oh. Wow. Oh. Almost creates a run out and then wears it in the cooler. I was going to say, though, see Graham Farquhar is in the comment section. I know Hornchurch arrived. Both of these teams have beaten Hornchurch. I was going to say Hornchurch might be happy to see Drew make an early exit. But Darmstadt CC beat them in their first ever ECN match. So, look, 81 for 6 just looks a lot worse than 81 for 5, doesn't it, on the board?
Yeah, I think there's a fragility here. Abdul's not known for his batting. I can't imagine he has a huge score on the network. So, if they can focus in at one end, Safi's 29 of 6 though at the other.
It's got to stay with him. Take one here. Oh, it would have been out.
That might have been game.
Would have been out.
If that hit, that might have been game. That could have been championship victory, Vinny.
Yeah.
Oh, it would have been out. That could have been it.
Wahid Abdul has never hit double figures. This is his 60th match on the network.
That's what I mean. They've burst through. There's one man trying to stop it. It's Safi. Now, does he go into the locker room a bit here and play a couple of singles, or does he just try and bang it?
If it's in his zone, you bang it. Otherwise, you've got to be a bit more careful here. It's in his zone. It's high. Is it carrying? It's right back to the line. It's gone. Safi's out now. That's 7 out, and it's the top 7. Safi was looking good. He made it to 29, but it was right or die, and he comes up a little bit short. Drew in all sorts now. 82 for 7 in the Group A final.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. Huge wicket. There is the top 7 in the sheds with plenty of balls to go. They're not going to get up to a huge score here, Vin. The Darmstadt team believe.
Just slightly off speed there from Niazi. Safi, difference here, I think he tries to drag it to mid-wicket rather than go straight. Remember how he looked when he first came out. Nicely taken as well, Pranav Nath. Couple of good catches under pressure from him now. Tahsin-ul Safi, 29 useful runs, but he departs at an inopportune moment for Drew, who are 82 for 7. Ahmadzai here, the keeper, comes out at number 9.
Yeah, unbelievable. This is the way they play, but not one person in that top order has gone on for the big score.
What's their best case scenario? How much are they making?
Their rate's okay. Just take 10 off the last 4 overs. 10, 10, 10, 10.
26 balls left in this innings.
It's a long time to go. So for me, right now, they actually have to have a little bit of a chat, these two, get through these 2 balls. But Vin, if they go 10, 10, 10, 10, they're going to make 125. Now, that's defendable under lights.
You don't want to...
But if you get bowled out for 105, she's gone.
Yeah, or less. I mean, they're 83.
Just need to finally have maybe a little bit more sense here. I don't think they're a 38% shot. That's more like an 18% shot.
Oh, almost chops that onto the stumps via his pad. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Darmstadt have their tails up. They won the toss. They elected to field, and it couldn't have really gone any better.
Yeah, and they're through. You can just see through from the techniques, and that's okay. Every team has to have a few tail enders, but they need the tail to wag.
So he has scored a few runs on ECM before. Has hit the odd 6 here and there. Oh, and
that's what you need.
You need poco de suerte, and that is a genuine French cut, fittingly from the French team, and it races to the fine leg boundary.
87 for 7 after 6. That is the type of lower order partnership scrambling you need. A couple of French cuts, the odd wide. If these two can put on 30 or 40, but one thing's for certain, Darmstadt aren't going to get battered out of this.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And Drew have done that to teams in history, but that top 7, that very vaunted top 7, are all gone.
Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. The top order just haven't. And even the middle order here for Drew. So,
I mean, they're
10 and over here is 127. Okay, yes, that wasn't anywhere near enough when they played earlier, but different conditions. You're under lights here. Shakura made a lot of runs at the top if he was to go early.
What's Zahir's highest score in the network? You said Abdul hasn't made top 10.
Yeah, I mean, Zahir, I remember he often chips in with a 6 late in the piece. I'll tell you exactly what his highest score is. But, yeah, but he wouldn't bat very high. His top score's 13.
Well, they need both of these two to get to their top
sixes.
scores.
He has hit 11 sixes in his career. It's wide first up to start.
These are the little things. Just keep ticking it over. Bat your 24 balls. If they bat the 24 balls, naturally they'll still get a score of maybe around 125.
So, what do you think?
I just think they've got to bat a little bit more traditional for a little bit. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I think they do.
I think you're right. It's a time for everything, I guess.
Yes.
This one cuts back and they won't get a run here. Abdul certainly has shown that he's willing to be a little bit more conservative. He just knows that the consequences of an 8th wicket right now are pretty dire for Drew.
I mean, the run rates, if they had normal wickets in hand, they're at 140, 150 pace, but the 7 wickets is really impacting him here.
2 years ago, Darmstadt CC crashed out in straight sets after being in the top 2 in Group A. You feel that stays with them. You can feel a lot of these players were there. They knew that feeling. They never even got to play in the final. And they're channeling that.
That's a good call.
Good bouncer.
Yeah, one for the over. Well, it's going to take something special from one of the reigning champions to get through, Vinny. From this point, it would be a special win if they are to find a way to do it.
This ain't over yet.
No, it's not over yet, but they do need a partnership.
Kazada. Digs it in again, in the air, and caught. It's an 8th wicket now. And the ball following Pranav Nath around. You can see that's not really a comfortable ball for the tail end of the face there. Short of the length, it was a heavy kind of length. He was forced to go cross bat there. Nath barely had to move, and it's the lineup of the Snowmen. It's 88 for 8 here in the 7th over.
Oh, well, the writing is on the wall. It's a lower order shot, back of a length. It didn't look very pretty. Didn't look pretty at all. 88 for 8, Vinny. If they get bowled out for under 100, it's almost curtains.
Yeah, well, they have to do something similar to what's been done to them, but Darmstadt CC can't do much more than what they've done so far. Abdul tried to drag that from outside the off stump. Not easy to do. Nath holds on to his 3rd catch under lights in the final. 88 for 8, and Eason Shikhtar comes in at number 10. So it's just him, and then there's Umar Khan.
Just got to bat a bit of time. Don't throw it all away.
Pitches up, and he
Fair
does
enough.
get a bit careful here.
Look, I think you can just play it, try and defend it to get the 1, but 20 balls left, even 20 singles. I think you want it. 108.
At this stage, yeah, the consequences
The
of
consequence-
not doing it
we
are dire.
Yeah, we don't see scores under 100 defended anymore at Carter Oval.
It's a team that just restricted their opposition to 5 in the power play last game. Expansive drive from Shikhtar. He misses out. Akazada, 2 for 15, a magnificent spell from him.
Talk about a potential boil over in the final.
Whatever they make, though, every atom of their being will go towards trying to defend it, Drew, in the second half of this game.
Struggle to see them doing it. They need 110. I'll take 110 from here.
Last ball, the 7th over, last ball for Parviz Akuzada. Beats the bat again, but Drew survive to another over. 88 for 8 as we go into the 8th over. Hey, coming up tomorrow, we start Group B, and I know you've got the morning off, so hope you enjoy a nice sleep in and treat yourself.
Thank you, Vinny.
But it is the English invasion coming tomorrow with Austrian Cricket Tigers opening up versus Northern CC, who are from the Liverpool District League. So they'll play in the very first game. That'll be an interesting one, actually, because ACT, they have a lot of the players we see for the Austrian national team, and I'll be pretty comfortable with the conditions. Hornchurch versus Byron, when they met in the group stage 2 years ago, Byron actually beat Hornchurch. We've also got Al-Fatah in that group as well, the Cypriot champions. Byron, of course, from Greece. And we'll start again. No rest for us. We're back on deck in the morning. Group B starts at 9:30 a.m. GMT, 10:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India.
ACT to win game 1 tomorrow.
I'm calling it.
Yeah. I think experience helps, and they've got a lot of T10 players. And look out for Byron tomorrow. They're actually quite
Do
dangerous.
you consider setting an alarm to see the result of that first hand, or are you just going to catch up
What
on
time's
it
the
later?
bus? 12:20. I'll be waking up at 12:15, Vinny.
All right, so
88 for 8. The wheels have fallen off on the reigning champions,
Nah,
Vin.
you know, have a look at some of the catches they've taken. I know they dropped Rafa a couple of times, you could say. But Nath, that catch he took to get Nisa running back with the fly, perfectly judged. It's a 3 out of 10 catch, I think. But that was one of the 3 times you hold it. Zahir, he's not used to re-batting with this much time to go. Certainly not lately.
You can't put it on Zahir and Shikdar. There's tail enders for a reason, but what they need to do is somehow just get any bat on ball so they can get a couple of singles or an edge for 4. But impressive from Darmstadt.
They're not really giving you anything to come forward to. They're just banging it in, and you can see there.
It's a great length to a lower order player.
It's worked really well. The Germans have been really, really smart with their tactics here. There's Umar Khan, number 11.
That dressing room is probably the most quiet it's been in 5 years. They know.
They don't get to come here very often.
Have they been to the last 3 finals weeks?
The last 2. Tunbridge Wells knocked them out back in 2022. Another swing and a miss there, so not taking the wicket, but the scoring has stopped. In fact, that's 6 stop. In fact, I'll give you a stat. That is now 10 scoreless deliveries in a row.
Really? Make it 11. Well, talk about...
We had a wide to start over 7, and then the rest of the over was basically a wicket maiden. Just started with a wide.
What a crazy...
And then that is 5 dot balls in a row.
What a crazy contrasting
ceiling's
game.
Coming down.
Ceiling is caving in.
In the air. Is it going to be caught? Solomon takes it. And that's 88 for 9, so the pressure builds. And that's 12 scoreless deliveries in a row. They've lost 2 for 0 in 12 rocks. They're down to their last player now. Umar Khan will have to come out and draw. The 2023 champions will need a miracle to work their way back into this. You feel it's 88 for 9, end of 8 overs.
Well, if they are to come back and win from here, it would go down as one of the great final comebacks of all time. But Vinny, they're on the roast. They're done right now. I cannot see them winning from here. This is a huge capitulation.
Well, we have seen 65 almost win a final here. It take you back to 2022.
Pre-ball change.
But it was less to do with that. It was more to do with the pressure of the moment. You know, the pressure of the group final. So here contributes toward the total, 88 for 9. We'll see him with the gloves in the second half.
I can't remember a game where Drew have had the whole top 7, well, not one person
Against
here going
Tunbridge
on.
Wells back in 2022, they had one game that just completely collapsed. And it's been another one of those. Umar Khan.
Oh,
no, it could be a run out.
How hard is it? Just run.
I was too worried about whether it was going to get caught or not.
Wow.
So it's Shikdar actually gets off the mark there because it wasn't
If
changed
they
over.
get bowled out here, I can't believe they've been bowled out in the 10 over final.
Now you take 12 singles.
Oh,
You know,
absolutely.
and get 100 and hope for the best. Your wides, and they'll take that one as well, up to the 90s.
Yeah, one for the over as well. Into the 90s, just somehow squeeze your way to
So
100.
yeah, Nath with a wicket maiden in the 8th, genuine wicket maiden. Maidens
Piling
coming.
in.
Can they just get the 100 on the board here somehow? In the air, just away from the fielder.
That's okay though. That's a responsible shot. Just nudge it round, eat the Kool-Aid, drink the Kool-Aid, take your 100 and hope your bowlers have a stormer.
I mean, take your medicine.
Same thing.
Drink the Kool-Aid.
It's been a long day, Vinny. These 12-hour days are
Actually,
getting
the
to me.
opposite of
I haven't had a day off in 2
If you
weeks,
look up,
Vin.
drink the Kool-Aid. It won't be the same again. Umar with the ball. Up in the air. Is it carrying? It's dropped. Remember that. The 91 should have been done on 91. If he would have came in, Abdul Shakur gets it right off the end of the finger.
Yeah, remember that. 91. That could be crucial. That should have been innings over. If they end up losing.
Went for glory. Came up just a bit short. Look at the finger, that's Shakur. It's the old jiffy spray. He batted so well earlier. Goes after this, gets it into the gap, and that's going to be 4. So, well, there you go. That's 5 runs since the drop catch. As number 11, Umar Khan, comes and puts Muhammad Umar to the mid-wicket fence.
Well, you never know. 5 runs since the drop catch. Don't forget that drop catch. Should have been innings complete. Can they just get a late little cameo and get it to 115? I don't think so, but you never know.
All right, back to live action. And that's in the air, should be done.
Oh, it's dropped. You said
no,
he never dropped.
He never drops catches.
That's a sitter.
That would have been done again on 96. Now they're 97.
Get the pen out and note that one down, Vinny, because that's as easy as it gets. A chip shot straight to the fielder, and he shells it.
On my brain, don't need to write it down.
Oh, you gotta love it.
Oh, absolutely smashed that. It'll just be one. Shikdar trying to keep this innings alive. We will go to a 10th over. Umar will finish with 10 from his over. Muhammad Umar, that is, of Darmstadt CC. Drew, 98 for 9 after 9.
Well, 7 bonus runs. 91,
And
98.
2 double bonus
Can
runs.
they get, I'm going to say, can they get 11 off this over? An edge for 4, a wide, a couple of singles, and then they have to chase 110. That would be
boundary from somewhere.
just the edge.
Yeah. It's like the crowd is
think the
enjoying the...
Peel and St. John's boys are enjoying themselves.
Sounds like the darts up there at the moment, doesn't it? All right, so last over coming up, Shafiul Niazi to bowl. 2 for 6 in his opening over. All right. Shikdar on strike.
Well, that's a
Big
wide.
first up.
So this is why you hang around. If he accidentally bowls another short one, there's your no ball, there's your free hit. Yeah.
Down the leg side, maybe get cheap 5. Can't score runs if the innings over.
No, exactly right, Ben. And it should have been over. This is 8 runs since the drop.
Just stuck in the fingers there of Niazi. He's looking to finish things off. We had 55 for 5, 88 for 8, now 99 for 9 after 9. And he'll stay on 99 for 9.
Yeah, Niazi just has to stay uncomplicated here and bowl maybe 6 deliveries on a good length outside off. Trust that the natural sort of techniques of these low order players will be plays and misses more than hitting the ball.
I love the question about the dot balls. There were 12 in a row. Is that a record? No, the record is 20 at the start of the Turkish innings in that 0-run power play.
Good game. Oh, that is that
Goes for
high?
it. That's 6.
Oh,
That's going all the way. Maximo. Shikdar.
well, that looked quite high. He's gone for the pull shot there, so I reckon they might want to check that as well.
It's worth a look. Let's have a look.
Oh, that's, gee, I reckon that's probably going above shoulder by the time it's at the crease. That's pretty close.
Like they've said it's shoulder high, would hit him in the shoulder. It
Hey,
couldn't have been any higher.
Bonus 6 though. There's a bonus 1.
We're up to 15 runs since the innings might have been over.
Oh, you just
What a
never...
good shot from Shikdar though. He shot the lights
Well,
out
Vinny,
there.
the last wicket partnership 17. How often do you see a 17-run last wicket partnership?
They're going to come out like
Oh, they're going to be so fired up.
beasts, both teams.
Tell you what, another 6 here.
The number 11, he's on 6. Gets it past the bowler, so
That's
we'll get
okay.
1 here.
Well, the last wicket partnership, you don't often see it.
Be spot
T10
on.
have
He's got to
done
be
well.
careful not to get too short here, because if there's no ball, free hit coming, obviously it takes the 9 wickets out of play if there's a free hit. So there's 2 to come, 107 for Drew.
19-run partnership by the last wicket. This could be crucial.
Goes up, goes in the air, and gone. Shakur takes the catch, so Shikdar comes up just short there. Niazi with 3 runs, with 3 wickets, I should say, in the final. And Drew are bowled out, but they only leave 1 ball on the table. All 10 wickets lost for 107. the German club Darmstadt CC need 108 runs to progress to Championship Week.
Well, they do have something to bowl at thanks to that last wicket stand, but we know that is an under par score at this beautiful Cardimer Oval. Credit to Darmstadt, they weathered an early storm of Nabi, they took wickets at regular intervals, and this is an interesting game.
Oh, it sure is, to say the least. And yeah, Shakur gets going, and you can feel this definitely not Nav, but we already saw, I suppose, a couple of moments where the Germans just looked a little bit nervy there, and a couple of drops creeping in that you wouldn't expect for a team that seemed to have just timed their run nicely. I don't think they played very well on day one. They were building day two. They had the best performance, I think, so far earlier on against True. Maybe until this 10 overs, as we had a good look at the two teams, all in blue in this Group A final, and it was a crazy start, wasn't it? Hamza Niaz went for a 2-ball duck, and then the very next ball, Nisa put one skywards, and it was a brilliant catch here by Pranav Nath, who had a brilliant 10 overs for the German club. And then not so long after that, Rafa, he had one life, he had a second life, but the third time was unlucky for Mohammad Rafa, as he was out for just 2. Meanwhile, Nabi was just trying to do Nabi things. He hit 4 sixes and a 4 in his 31. He felt he had the team on his shoulders. If he could have batted a bit longer, maybe this does push up to that kind of 130, 140. But in the end, these multiple wickets lost in a short space of time kind of defined this innings.
Yeah, it's live by the sword, die by the sword cricket, isn't it? And realistically, the middle order just couldn't get going. They would hit a 6, lose a wicket. This was a big moment. Ahmedzai came out and he went bang, bang. Ahmedzai looked good, didn't he? He hit a couple over the offside. But this ball here, that's a Jaffa.
Yeah, and it came at the right time. It was quite a heavy length, but then eventually pitched one up and the ball did a little bit. You could see it did swing in a little bit, didn't it? And Ahmedzai has been in good form. Then we saw Tassin Safi with a really handy 29 after Nabi was gone. That was the way Safi started. It was a beautiful straight drive, elevated straight over the side screen. So this was when it looked like Safi would be the man to pick him up. Was going at pretty much everything. Occasionally would kind of temper his aggression. But yeah, when they got Safi then for 29, we really were kind of into the lower order. But yeah, Drew, they've got the fight of their lives, I think, if they're going to defend this total of 107.
Yeah, it's going to take something very special if they are to do it. This got us down to the back end. And well, Safi was still trying to bomb sixes, but he lost his wicket. Credit to the tail, to the last wicket partnership, to Wagging quite a bit. 17 runs for the last wicket is a lot in a T10 game. So they have got themselves to a score that maybe they can pull something off. This was, unfortunately, the big man, the Wahid Abdul, getting dismissed. He's got a big responsibility with the ball. Right now, it's an interesting game, Vinny, because you feel Darmstadt should do it, but an early wicket or two and it'll open it up.
Just nerves. Yes, you've got to be nervous. We had the Germans play a really memorable final. Was it actually a qualifier 2 years ago where they had a bit of everything. Yeah, credit, like you said, in the lower order. Shikhtar and Umar Khan ended up putting on 19 for that last wicket. And probably 16 of them were after there was a missed opportunity, which might have ended the innings at 91. But Drew, who knows, maybe those 16 runs could be the difference. Time will tell, but I can tell you, confirmed, that Drew have scored 107 all out in the first innings of this Group A final. 31 for Nabi, ends up being top scorer, but he would have loved to have batted longer. Ended up getting out in the 4th over. 29 for Safi was a good knock again, but again, would have loved for it just to have a bit more to it. Ahmedzai with a couple of big bombs there. And the tail wagging, Shikhtar with 10 and Umar Khan 7 not out towards the end. Bowling wise, well, how about the 4 up front from Rashid? And a big 4 as well that he got out. 2 for 15, Akudzada continued his good week. Pranav Nath with a wicket maiden in his 1 for 23. And Niazi 3 for 15, including that 10th wicket. We'll take a break then. 108 for the Germans to make it to Championship Week at the Cardimer Oval for the first time in the ECL. Or can Drew pull one out of the hat and defend 107? Don't go anywhere. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Quick break, then back with the exciting conclusion of Group A right here in the European Cricket League.
we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the Cartama Oval under lights here. It's ECL Group A finals day and day has turned into night. It is the final and it will decide who comes back as our first team qualified for Championship Week here in ECL 25. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with you for European cricket as we have the scene set for a pretty interesting second half. Their batting just fell apart at the seams in the first half of this game. And they have managed to scramble together 107 runs. Ended up getting bowled out with one delivery remaining in their first innings. So the French club, of course, champions back in 2023. They'll come out and they will hope that they are able to defend this. So they're going to run into a Darmstadt team that were red hot earlier on. These two teams played earlier today. Drew made 138 and Darmstadt chased it within 7 overs thanks to an amazing 100. A maiden easy 100 for Abdul Shakur. And Abdul Shakur is out there right now. We'll be opening the batting once again, opening with Mohamed Umar. Drew basically need to do what was done to them. They need to take early wickets. Of course, they were incredibly effective in the field and with the ball in their game against Peel and St John's in qualifier 2. That is Shakur. Wonder how he's feeling. Took a bit of a knock, put a catch down, which would have ended the innings on 91. Remember, Drew, they did win back in 2023. Hornchurch, runners-up that year, and then Hornchurch winning last year there on show tomorrow in Group B. And Drew have a real fight ahead of them here. I don't think they start favourite here, even though the supercomputer has kind of favoured them even in some tough situations to battle their way out. Wahid Abdul's going to open the bowling. He's coming off figures of 2 for 0 off 2 overs in the previous match. So Abdul Shakur gets ready to face up. Umar with him. And my commentary partner, right here in the commentary box, is Corey Ruckers. Corey, do you see a path back for Drew?
I do see a path back for Drew, Vinny, and I'm going to call it bluntly. Top 3 need to be dismissed before the score is on 40. If they have the top 3 in the sheds and the score's not on 40 or less, they've got a shot, because the lower order fragility is definitely there, but the top 3 is very good.
I think you write Drew off at your own peril. I think Darmstadt CC, they've been kind of so close before. They finished top 2 years ago and ended up crashing out in a dramatic game, a dramatic way. Here's one hit Abdul to the man of the moment, Shakur. Watches the first one go past. I suppose that's 13 top balls in a row for Wahid Abdul.
Well, look, Shakur hit a fantastic 100 before, but also this man bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens. So both right now, Vinny, you've got a century up against 2 maidens. Both are at the peak of their powers.
Hot versus hot. I will say, though, that Wahid Abdul bowled 11 balls for 25 against this opposition earlier.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Through. It's going to be 4 by, so it's not a wide. It got some of the tram lines here, though couldn't deal with the extra swing.
I can't believe that. Look, you're defending 108. You've got to be clean. And that is an easy take for any keeper.
Just died on him, end up yorking him. And so here's tall man for a keeper, just couldn't get down.
There is some swing there. That's a good sign for Drew. They need this wicket. They need it now.
The swing as much as the ball dying on him there. Wow, big swing and a miss, Shakur.
He's bowled 15 dots for in the power play. It's pretty unbelievable.
Drew, they've been in similar situations. Darmstadt CC, they have in a way, but just not for a while.
Would you say this is the biggest up against the wall Drew you've ever seen to get through? I can't remember being up against the wall this hard. They're well behind here.
I realise they only made it for the first time in 2023. In 2019, 2022, they didn't make it. Steps a long way across. So here, work very hard to stop that, but he does. So Abdul finally has a run against his figures. Good swing though under lights.
There's swing there. If he can pick up the big scalp and watch them get in the huddle and believe, this is probably going to determine the game, the first 18 balls.
Can Abdul get that swing, but adjust the line. Again, it's a big swing.
Good run.
They're going to run.
Good run. Clever cricket. 7 extras when you're defending 108 is disastrous. Drew, Vinny, they're on the rope.
So we'll have a look at Mohamed Umar. He's actually coming off a duck in that earlier game, so he's on a pair.
Can you believe what we're seeing? 7 runs on the board, no runs off the bat.
Abdul's just got to get it right. Can't afford it. A bad over or 2 here, can they, Drew? Oh, this is hit straight. It's hit very well. Umar off the mark, first runs of the day, and it's a biggie. Maximal, 6 runs.
Well, 13 off the first. I think we're witnessing a German team getting through to finals week for the first time in 6 years.
Don't call it too early. Collapse is possible. There's still time.
When we talk about collapse, Vin, and what we see at Cardamom these days, if Drew win this, it would be one of the greatest recovery finals wins I think I've seen of defending a score.
What's your percentage, not the supercomputer percentage?
With the way the scores are, to take 10 wickets against a team that's in a bit of form,
you take
10. It's a 1 in 10. I think 10%. It's a 1 in 10.
Okay, supercomputer a little bit more generous, saying 16%.
You just got to get on a heater, but they'll create chances. Will they catch every single chance as well? But right now, one of the champions of our league are up against it.
If wickets start falling, though, there could be a certain energy about it.
Got to get the wicket first.
True. Umar, start for him. It's done by a Yorker.
Look, there's signs that are okay. The ball's swinging and zipping a bit, but you've got to pick up the wickets while it's zipping. The problem as well for Drew, I think they've been a bowler short all week. I think they have 2 very good opening bowlers. Raf has bowled okay, Amitai, but I don't think the 5th bowler's been good for them.
Now's the time to step up, last ball the over. Again, there's that swing. Keeps that one inside, and so 9 go against Abdul in the 4 buys, and that over 13 without loss after 1.
That's an over to the Germans. It's a good win, 13 off it. couple plays and misses. You just wish on another day that you had got a thin edge if you're a French fan. Anyway, over number 2, 10 games since our last Golden Ball. I think we're going to get another one in this ECL.
You feeling it?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Here's the man. Sorry, Vin. This man, I think, holds all the keys to their success tonight. If they are to pull this out of the fire, it's going to be Ahmedzai's left arm seam with his late swing that could pose the technical issues. He's going to try bow this back into the stumps, and he wants to get a couple of LBWs and bowls.
I will just remind you, I know it's not the same club, but MSC Frankfurt here in 2022, they went very close to defending 66, and probably should have, except for just a moment we'll never forget. In the end, the Swedish club Albers Army won with 1 ball to spare. And the first one from Abdurrahman Ahmedzai is swatted away for 6. Maximal for Shakur.
Oh boy, Vinny. It could be a blowout. I mean, 19 for none. 21% now. I don't know how they've gone up.
Just like the look of the band on Abdurrahman Ahmedzai.
Problem is, both batters have a 6 as well, so both batters feeling. I think we're seeing the end of the.
Ali at 3. You know, normally opens, but he's dropped down to 3. It's worked for him. Check drive this time. That's going to run away for 4 more. Shakur in uber confident form at the moment for the Germans.
Would it be fair to say that if the German champions win this, Vinny, this is the end of Drew's sort of dynasty? The end of like this hot run they've had of high-level cricket?
They had, I mean,
they won. They made another championship week.
Still the only club that have played in every European cricket
But
league.
you get my point?
Yeah, but they've had a 2-year kind of super run, you could argue. Oh, it's a long way across. He looks guilty.
Oh!
Well, there's the wicket, Shakur. He looked guilty. It was swinging a lot, I will say that. But Joe Foster had a good look. He thought it was taking some of leg stump. And so that's a huge wicket at this stage. I'll be curious about this because it does move quite a lot, but so does the batter. Is it hitting leg or is it just missing? It's very tight. If I'm completely honest, you can see the leg stump there. It's touch and go. Pitching, probably pitching on. Just, I think, if I'm honest, I think it might have been sneaking past leg stump, but Shakur, he's going to have to wear the decision. I think anytime you get that far across the stumps, the umpires are looking to fire it, and that's what happens here. He'll be out for 10. It's 23 for 1.
Tell you what, if that gets them on a bit of a run, maybe it's a little bit of luck they needed. It looked good live, but the replay shows that probably just sliding, only just. 23 for 1, huge moment. Has this got them back in the game? But you feel they have to go bang, bang. I said 40 for 3, and it's game on.
See, Ahmedzai is the kind of guy, especially the right-handed bats, that can really cause a lot of problems swinging the ball down the line. And
he's got to go stump hunting. He's got to bowl every ball stump hunting.
Azman Ali is very, very good bat coming at number 3, but it hasn't really been his week so far. Facing Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. Oh! That could be gone as well. There's no bat. He's gone first ball. He's gone first ball. And it's game on here. Azmat feels he gets an edge on it. Whether he does or not, I'm not so sure. I know he might have hit the ground, but anyway, how about that? He does go stump hunting. Doesn't find the stump, but finds the leg, and it's 23 for 2.
For me, that looked out live. I want to have a closer look. This is pressure finals cricket. That bowed in late. He goes stump hunting. We called it, Vinny. Let's have a look. It's coming back. That is out. I don't think there's an edge there. That's going into leg stump. Is there an edge? I can't tell. Look, the bat's not near the ball there. There's daylight. That's out for me. Good umpiring.
Yeah, we can never really tell, I suppose, without technology. Abdurrahman Ahmedzai, I know what his opinion was, and he's off. And we've got a hat-trick opportunity here in the final. Pranav Nath coming on, and he's probably going to get the same delivery. Azmat Ali, disappointment for him, goes for a golden duck.
For me, Vinny, the bat, there was a bit of daylight just before. I think his bat hit the ground was the noise. Anyway, it's hat-trick time. He couldn't, could he? He's going to be honing in at the stumps.
Here we go.
Oh, he's
got him! He's got a hat-trick! He's got him, it's a hat-trick, he's chopped on! Nath's gone first ball as well! It came off the inside edge and it only just clips the stumps. And do not go anywhere. This final is very, very alive. Ahmedzai does go stump hunting and he collects 23 for 3.
What an absolute scene, Vinny. He has bowed it back in. This is left arm express bowling at the top caliber. Oh, the Peel and St. John's boys are loving this final. Through, they were almost out of this. They believe again. This is seriously good left arm swing bowling. He's laid on it, inside edge, into the leg stump. There's a Hattie, and he goes off.
Wow, wow, wow.
Give it to me, Vinny. I love it. Here we go. What a game. A hat trick out of nowhere. He goes for a golden duck. He could go for a four. He's stump hunting, Vinny.
Well, it's one more to go in the over. This over's gone 6-4, wicket, wicket, wicket. And you know what? This hardly ever happens. This is 4 wickets in 4 balls. It hasn't been done since July 2024. It's only been done 6 times in over 6,000 games.
What a delivery. Honestly, get your front pad out the way. Get your front. No, I don't care about Mike Jones. Who cares?
Showing you how rare this is, though. He's got a shot at it.
Get your front pad out the way, because this is going to come in.
All right.
What's happened here?
I thought he was about to call no ball. No, it's not that.
It's not 5 penalty runs by any chance, is it?
All right.
Well, he's pumped up. Look at that. He's given the fist pump.
It's Kudratullah Olfat that's come in.
Scenes,
He's
Vinny.
got his pads on in time. On a 4-4, on a 4 trick. Ahmedzai.
Well bowled.
Kept out.
That's well played. He kept his front pad out the line. Super over.
What an over. Yeah. Corey's up. Why wouldn't you be? Darmstadt CC 23 for 3 at the end of 2.
This is unbelievable theatre, Vinny. Oh, one of the reigning champs were almost dismissed out of this competition, but a Hattie. Can you believe it?
I mean, that French Cup could have gone anywhere. It just happened to clip the stumps. This is Championship week, and how it's shaping up. So far, we don't have many teams, actually. We'll have one at the end of the night, but don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I told you, the more wickets that fall, the more tense it's going to get. Another classic on our hands here is Wahid Abdul coming back over number 3. First one gets called.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know what, though? We did that final back in 2022.
Yeah, that's fair enough. No, that's definitely wise.
We did that. LB Zalmi versus MSC Frankfurt, and it's got these kind of vibes about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, they needed someone to step up, and Ahmedzai's gone 3 wickets, a hat trick. Unbelievable. I'll tell you, gee, what a final. Oh, the French champions were all but dead and buried. This would be one of the all-time comebacks.
Oh, well. High drama.
Low-scoring thriller in Manila.
A hat trick in the final.
What a
unbelievable.
Seriously good bowling.
Swing and
I
a
tell
miss.
you, the ball, every now and then, under the lights at Carnama, the ball zips and swings, and tonight it's been going. Abdul's bowling well here, and look, oh, there's some tension in the dressing room.
They feel they should be winning this easily. You're probably right. MSC Frankfurt, but
That dressing room's twitchy. That dressing room is twitchy. Look at the supercomputer, Vinny, it's flipped.
so they're favourites now.
I don't know if they're favourites, but we're in for a good final.
Something been on the blink say a little bit. Oh, he gets lidded. Might have edged it onto his
Well,
helmet.
here comes the concussion test. They're going to have to check this out. I think that was pretty violent. Top edge into the bean. Bang!
Right off the side of the head, so he'll have to answer a few questions.
Seems like
Nice. Just getting, you got the express concussion test.
Seems like at Western Shield we cared a little bit more about the head.
Medics? All right.
Anyway.
He's okay. Face up. Umar has a 6 and 5 dots. In the air. Away from the field. That'll be 4. So a bit of a steadier for Darmstadt CC through Umar.
Well, they needed just something, just a boundary to steady the nerves. Look, the rate isn't big. It's only 11.5, and the wickets column's probably a bit twitchy. But any bat is good bat. Abdul got impatient there and wanted to hone in at the stumps. The ball didn't swing.
Second hat trick of Group A.
Get up, Vinny. This is big. This is all time.
How could you not be up? Umar duck in the earlier game. There's 10 here. 2 balls left in the chamber for Wahid Abdul. That one's full, sneaks just inside.
He's got that ball to go late when he bowls outside the off stump. It's still a pretty impressive opening spell from him, but he'd love to cap it off with the wicket. You got to bring Ahmedzai back the next one while the ball's swinging as well.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
if he goes bang bang again, his first 2 balls went for 6 and 4. Vinny.
What an over, though.
What a final.
Hat trick in the final. They're scrapping here. Wide. That's been a bit of a pain so far for Drew. In fact, the extras is up to 9 already. Almost time to gather your breath, but don't wait too long. What a Group A final.
Wow. Vinny, I've got breaking news.
Okay. Can you wait a ball?
No, I've got breaking news.
That'll be a dot. Oh, it's
No,
not a
Vinny,
wide.
listen.
Talk to me.
This is bigger than the wide. Let go of the wide. I don't want to see
What
a
do you got
replay.
for me?
5 penalty runs were added.
They were they?
They were too late, meaning the total that they need now
It's gone
isn't 109. They require, and it's already on the screen.
112. Yeah, okay,
So
yeah. So
Drew
there were
had-
5 penalty runs.
Because the batsman took too long to get out there because of the hat trick. So the hat tricks added 5 runs to the table.
Good spot. All right, so the over got even better. This is well done by Ahmedzai to knock it down. And yeah, big news there.
Well, we did see something from
we
the
thought
umpires.
something.
31 for 3 after 3. So what the rules are, the parameters are, if a batsman doesn't get to the crease within 60 seconds, 5 penalty runs will be added to the first innings total. So Vinny, the first innings total was 107, but now it's 112.
Yeah.
So it's in the column there, meaning it's an 113 run chase. That means that last wicket partnership is effectively 22.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, they kind of belong to anyone in.
But that's a huge...
It would have been 96 then.
Can you imagine the batsman probably wasn't ready, wasn't expecting
Yes,
a hat trick?
I was wondering, you know, I didn't see the signal when we saw the aftermath, I suppose, but yeah.
Can you believe
All right,
it?
look who it is. It's Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. He's got 1 over left in this group. Can he make it count to Umar? Oh, he almost rocks the stumps out of the ground. Somehow it climbs over the bails.
Can't believe it, Vinny. What a comeback this is from Drew. This man is just getting that ball to bow. He's turned into prime Mitchell Stark right now. That ball is zipping about. If that's a little bit fuller, I reckon he's castling him. I can't believe there's been 5 penalty runs. That is
First time we've seen it in
this year. Huge mistake from Darmstadt. Huge mistake.
Oh, he hits it, and lucky he does. That was zeroing in on the stumps.
I think you've got to drink the Kool-Aid here and maybe eat Ahmedzai's over and take a couple of singles because he's going to get through this defence. That is so close to being plumb.
Gets a little bit on it. Lucky he does.
What a time for 5 penalty runs. I can't believe it.
There you go.
I can't believe
too
it.
slow to face up. 5 penalty runs
That
awarded.
just
Gets
crazy.
added on to the first innings.
It's the greatest hat trick ever.
Oh, in the air, slices away. Rafa going to try and chase this down. He will. It's an aggressive slap back. And they'll hustle through for a couple.
So drama at Cardamar Oval. This is an absolute thriller, Vinny.
Third numbers are playing with us as well.
33 for 3 off
We
3.3.
had 55 for 5, 88 for 8, and 99 for 9 off 9 in the first innings.
What a spell from this man, Vinny. The game was gone, and all of a sudden he rocks up 3 wickets.
Umar, the set batter, so to speak. This time's this. We'll get a crack at Olfat, though.
Just this over, he hasn't got that sort of Yorker length going as much, just been a little bit more on a length. If he can get it a tad fuller, he's got a chance of hitting the timber.
3 for 13 in the final, 3 taken in a row. Is there another highlight for Abdurrahman Ahmedzai? Well, he backs himself here, Olfat, and he gets it. Maximal, gutsy shot, angled in towards the pads and clipped away for 6.
Well, it only takes one player to hit fire, and this game goes back to 50-50. The rate's okay. Well, Vin, I said, if they were ever 40 for 3, it's game on. They're exactly 40 for 3.
I think we knew it was game on already. when that hat-trick got taken.
I can't believe penalty runs have happened, and it could honestly determine who goes through. Imagine if you lose by 2, you'd be gutted.
Already leaked it.
I'd like to know how long he took. Can we find that information out, you think? I'll find out. You commentate.
Okay, thanks. To try and check with the refs, but I mean they do have the clock. They do yell out the seconds remaining to the batter coming in as well. So yeah, just wasn't ready. Last ball for Ahmedzai. They're happy to keep it out here. Olfat pushes, gets 6 and 1, and he's done 3 for 20, including that hat trick for Ahmedzai in the final. 41 for 3 after 4, and this game right now is listed as a 50-50.
Yeah, 50-50 in the final under lights. We don't get many low-scoring thrillers, but this one truly is. What a good game of cricket.
Yeah, Abdurrahman Ahmedzai. A brilliant spell, but you can't just do it with one bowler or 2 bowlers. You're going to have to see other bowlers stepping up here. And looks like they're going for Tassin Ullah Safi here in over number 5.
So Safi coming into the attack, 41 for 3. Darmstadt, who were in control of this final for the first 12 overs of the game, or 11.3 overs, up against it a bit. 72 off 36. Here we go.
Deal with the first one.
Swing. When it swings, it's a different game.
Safi looked like he might be the one to lift him to a slightly higher total in the first half.
This would be an all-time comeback, Vin.
Just the extras again,
Tell you
creeping up.
The extras have crept right up, haven't they? How many extras are we at? That's the 11th extra of the innings.
Again, it's going for him though. Swinging earlier, actually, Safi.
So I've just got word. It was set. He took 70 seconds. He was 10 seconds behind.
60. That's a pretty good shot. There's nobody out there, and I think that might have gone all the way.
Oh, they might want to double check it. It was very close.
It's very close. Naked eye, I couldn't really tell. Long way from us. Let's have a look.
One bounce.
Yeah, 1 bounce and 4 runs.
Look, they've gone through the openers, but someone else in this team's going to have to bowl well. 12 and over at Cardimer Oval isn't hard work. I think, who are you going to next, Rafa or Ahmedzai? I think I'm going Rafa.
Yeah, I mean, they're both good options. Pretty close, actually. Maybe Rafa's got that X factor about him. Darmstadt leaders for the first time in a little while. Safi gets that one to bend late and go past the bat of Olfat. Hat trick number 14 in the ECL. Your teammate?
26th of Feb, I thought it is today.
Yeah. Maybe they're working on another time zone. Goes leg side. That's going to be 4. So the counter attack coming. It's Olfat who's doing a very good job.
Yeah, good little counter attack now. These two building a partnership after the hat trick. They've already put on 27 actually, so would have to say it's still leaning back towards the Germans now. There is a lot of work for Drew here. They need to break this partnership. I think they need to create 7 more opportunities.
Just misses. Just misses, but 50's up.
These extras hurt
Kind of like, you know, it's these kind of defenses, you throw all your punches and then sometimes you punch yourself out and it's not quite enough.
Just get a late swing, just the wrong line. They've bowled a lot of extras. 12 extras in 4.4.
Goes for this, and this is 6. So Olfat's actually chipped in at a great time. Not much of him, but it's working for him. Well, the crowd here, they are lighting up as well, but Olfat goes maximal, 6 runs.
And Darmstadt take control of the final once again. That's a back-of-the-hand slow ball. I don't recommend it under lights, personally. The ball is swinging. Just get the right line and length. Good counter-attack.
Backing himself here. Can easily go straight up in the air if you get it wrong.
They've taken control again. They've got through that phase, but they've got Ahmedzai and Rafa to get through.
Pretty much right on the rate at the moment. Goes straight, and he goes long. That's gone all the way. Maximo off that 27 in no time at all. And he is saving Darmstadt CC right now. That's the end of 5. And it's 63 for 3. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. What a dramatic Group A final. If you like what you're seeing, make sure you follow us here at European Cricket. Obviously, we have cricket almost all year, over 11 months of the year consecutively. No days off or anything like that. Sometimes even more than one tournament at once. So just go to our YouTube channel. You can like the videos, you can subscribe obviously, and check out all the highlights and some of the previous editions, mate. And this one here, just that hat trick has gone Drew's way. Nothing else has really.
Yeah, they're bowling too many extras for me, but here comes Rafa. He could be the difference maker.
Slow ball, and
got to stop
past it here.
Oh, I'll tell you what, have a close look at that. It's a final, check everything.
He's got a couple of feet in.
Sure?
Yeah, but it will be Olfat who will get the strike back. Get a leg by here.
Yeah, they're still in control, Germany. Let's have a look. Make sure you ground that bat in the
Corey
final.
thought this was close.
Oh,
he's
out!
Oh, no way!
way!
Oh, he's out!
Oh, he's dropped the bat!
He's dropped the bat. He never was in. Unbelievable! Oh, wow!
I can't believe
if that
it.
bat had even gone a little bit in. Okay, this bat here, if it's in at all, he's in, because he's running. Is it in? I don't think it ever goes over the line, and I think this is...
I told you, Vinny, he plonked it. He plonked it.
They want one more look, maybe. Does this bat ever get over the line?
No, it's been given. It's been given on field, and that is a huge error.
I was amazed. He looked so in there, but the bat's plugged, and he's gone.
I called you. I told you, it didn't look right. It didn't look right.
It wasn't right. It wasn't natural. And somehow, that's going to be the end of Olfat, who was on fire. He's been run out because he's jackknifed. You will not see this kind of thing anywhere else in the world, and suddenly say he's a hero for not stopping that ball, because the danger man's gone.
Oh.
It bounces off here. Safi hits the stumps, and Olfat, maybe he knew he was in trouble because he went to slide the bat, it jammed in, and he was in the air. There was nothing grounded over the line. When he put his bat in, it actually plugged on the line. All right, new batter. Who's next? Nazir. This one goes down the leg side for a wide. What drama.
What a final. It's had a bit of everything. A couple of people in chat asking, do Darmstadt know about the penalty runs? The answer is yes. They would have been informed by the tournament referee straight away and the umpires.
You saw that.
But that is such a big mistake in a final.
Oh. That reminded me of our yell when the ball went through Atik Awan's legs down at deep third
This has
for
been
MSC Frankfurt.
This final has had absolutely everything. It's had everything, Vinny. But that is poor cricket in a final.
The thing is, and Steve talked about he wasn't evading anyway, they never crossed the line. But think, yeah, if you're never in, you're never in, you're out. Oh! Belted for 6. Nazir, his time, comes out, gets another slow ball and puts it into the night. Maximo.
Well, that's a pretty confidence-building shot, second rock. And Papa Bear comes out and whacks a 6, 70 on the board.
So the thing with that run out one more time is even if he plugged his bat in, even if then he dropped his bat and he was in the air, he would have been in because he would have made his ground already and he was in the act of running or diving. But the judgment was made that the bat never crossed the line. It looked like the right call. I think it was on the line but not over. This is a slow ball again, and oh well, Nazir's not too bothered. This is going to be another boundary.
It's a terrible ball from Rafa, it really is.
Too short for that slow one. They got to try and draw him forward into an error. Checking this one, and I think it's gone.
Where's the rope?
I think that's 4.
Yeah, that's 4.
Yeah, I think it's just one bounce.
Well, the umpires will figure it out, Vin.
Yeah, I don't know what the resolution is in there.
Pretty tough to see.
But yeah, 4 runs given. So,
well, those 2 boundaries are quite steadying, aren't they?
6 wickets away from winning if you drew it. That's the way you look at it. Now he puts the pace on, but that's going to be another boundary. So tossed up where they go for Rafa or Cameron Ahmedzai. Rafa goes for 3 boundaries on the spin after that dramatic run out.
Terrible bowling again from Rafa. Short long hops, and to a new batter, he's very happy indeed. So a 6-4-4, and that run out's almost forgotten now. Darmstadt just still ahead here.
Is there one more twist left in it? They still should win quite easily from here, Darmstadt.
Well,
Medal length, but it's a bit late now. That over goes for 15. Started with a crazy run out. And Darmstadt CC 78 for 4. 4 overs left potentially.
You got to go Ahmedzai here, and you got to hope he has a good 2 overs. Rafa and Safi haven't bowled well. A couple more wickets, maybe it opens it up. But those 13 extras, Vinny. Let's not forget they should be chasing 92.
97 again with the penalty runs, but yeah, I suppose you'd
The
say
dropped catch at 91
had
for
the
9.
runs. Yeah, you're right. 35 off 4 overs.
Is this heading to ECN all-time classic territory?
All we need is the big finish.
Yeah.
And we got it. It ticks all the boxes.
Here comes a fiery spell. This guy can get it through.
Really can't afford too many more errors, true. 4 buys earlier. Both teams have made a few errors, I suppose. It's a swing and a miss first up. Umar's still there.
Umar's still there, 14 or 15, which, you know, is not the end of the world. 15%
Hit a 6
shot.
early, though, but he's kind of just been flatlined since then.
Look, this is a huge 2 overs from this man. Can he deliver for his club team?
Wide
Another
again.
wide. Just so many extras. 14 extras when you're defending 113.
To be fair, they got 5 at the back, but still.
There's 1 for the over as well.
Must have taken off. 2 wickets right now, and it'll
6 for 9
really
at
thicken.
least.
Charges it, why not?
If they can get it to 90 for 6, still in it. 34 of 22. But my worry is Rafa and Safi have an over each to bowl, and I don't think
going to Shikta.
Oh. Not for me.
Pardon.
Great final. If you're a neutral, you had to have enjoyed this. Whoever wins this, which team wins this, is going to explode.
True. This is the emotion of the ECL. Swing and a miss.
Oh, he's 14 off 17 here. Just struggling. Any bat off this pace and it goes for 4.
Tell you what, Drew, if they do win this, they'll be kissing the video replay system because nobody on the ground, I think.
Except your co-commentator. I called it. You can go listen to that back.
Oh, you got lucky. Bat on this one, Nabi. Make the stop, just a single.
Well, here's the hot hand. Nazir's 14 off 5 with a bit of help me bowling. If they can remove him now, top over this from Ahmedzai. He's come in under the pump. He's gone for 2 off 4. Big moment. Big moment in the final. Really big moment in the final.
He's not trying to sneak up on this target. He's going large. Wants to ramp. But what's the height of this?
It's a wide. No, they might check the height. It's definitely a wide at least.
It's a bit too short for Ahmedzai. Getting bounced. Look, the shoulder's pretty much top of the fence, more or less.
That's going to be a no ball. Yep, that's a no ball.
So, yeah, it'll be a free hit coming up. And I think the free hit is pretty significant at this stage as well, when wickets are a bit of a concern. Nazir can tee off on this, and Ahmedzai has to dodge a bullet here.
We've had about everything here, Vinny, but now it's free hit time.
You know it's not going to be short. You're gambling.
He has to hit wide Yorker. That's your best bet here.
Misses the mark, another wide.
Boy, oh boy, if they do go on to lose this, Drew have done everything possible to lose it. 16 extras. They just got to take a deep breath, hit the wide hole. What a final.
High drama.
Well bowled.
This is the free hit, so it fades it. So look this over, even with the extras.
Okay,
3
question.
of the 4 runs are extras. It's only gone for 4.
Who's your bowler next over? Who's bowling this crunch next over?
Honestly, I'm going to Shikta.
I
don't think.
But he
I'm
doesn't
going
get
back
swing. I think you need swing.
He's a strange, wristy bowler. Oh, he goes the backwards shot, and it'll only get him 1. Good anticipation from the fielder down there. So that'll be the end of the over. Only 5 came
Great
off that over. 83 for 4. They need 10 and over in the last 3 to win. Oh, coming up tomorrow. Not ready to go there yet mentally, but ACT from Austria against Northern. As we'll also see Hornchurch versus Byron reunited in the ECL. Al Fatah from Cyprus make up that group. Join myself and Rico for the early shift, 9:30 AM GMT, 10:30 in Central Europe, 3 o'clock in India. Corey will be in from the middle of the afternoon.
Here we go, Vin. The crowd's loving it. I've loved this final. Is there one late twist? They're going to Rafa. They're going to the experience, and that's fair enough.
Rafa can't get too short here. He's got the field backward square fine leg, but I think...
Don't like it.
Yeah, let's see. Trusted him. That's a better length, even though Nazir goes wildly charging at it, and 30 off 17. Suddenly, they're just kind of...
Well, Ahmedzai's going to bowl the 9th, right? So if Rafa can get out of this over, I still think they're going to need a wicket or two. We've had a hat trick, we've had a bat plug, we've had sixes, we've had chaos. Well bowled.
And credit to Rafa coming back here. Starts with 2 dots, so we haven't had a boundary for a while now.
We've had penalty runs. We've had absolutely everything, Vinny.
We haven't had a boundary.
Golden ball.
For 10 deliveries. That's not going to be a boundary.
Should only be a 1.
Throw.
Oh, he's gone.
Oh.
It's another bat plug. It's another bat plug. I can't believe it, but I reckon he's out, Vinny.
Does he have the ball? Because he took the stumps really quickly. I just wonder if he might have disturbed the bails first.
Look at the bat
looks like
first.
He's out.
I think this is out, unless there's something wrong with the bowler. This could be the second bat plug in the final. Can you believe it?
He's already walking off. Let's just check it. Check the hands. He's got around the stumps.
He's fine, and that's out.
Yeah, he's got it's clear.
Didn't matter about the plug. He never made it. Another wicket will go.
Oh, Nazir.
Well, hold on. There's a lot of noise coming from the side. Maybe they just want to double check from front on. Catches the ball. That's
it's out. By the time the stumps are broken.
Well, there's a lot going on. I think that some of the crowd are saying...
There. By the time he breaks the stumps there, he's already holding the ball. So there's no issue. He's out.
Well, it's up to the umpires. Let's see. It looks good to me.
Yeah. The ball's in the hands.
I think Peel and St. John started calling out, saying, stay. The crowd are emotionally invested in this game.
Absolutely.
This is a cork. This is an ECN classic.
He did something quite clever there, which is that the impact of the ball in his hand pushed his hands onto the stumps.
Vinny, this is already in classic category.
5. All right, who's next? Who wants to bat? Let's have a look who's coming in.
Let's just quickly run through what we've had. We've had penalty runs, bat plug, hat trick, collapses, sixes,
penalty
injuries.
Runs, double bat plug.
Oh, this is crazy.
Spent bat plug. All right. Umar faces up and he almost loses his middle stump. He's been joined now by Nasiri.
Well, every single time I think through and knocked out, they come back.
No, we haven't had yet. Run out backing up, something that Nasiri tried a couple of days ago. How close is this to the bails?
This man on strike is feeling twitchy. What's he on, Vinny? Do you retire him?
I don't think so. 15 off 19.
15 off 19.
Pace off.
Okay, do you retire him? Do you retire him? He's losing 15 off 20.
5 out. And you got Stefan Solomon, who is a decent bat.
Well, I'm asking you right now. 15 off 20.
I don't think you can.
Are you serious?
Rafa's been his kryptonite, and Rafa's only got 1 ball left. I don't think you're handing a wicket away at this stage.
I think you call him in. You got to call him in. He's cold. He's ice cold.
End of the over. The boundary drought continues. That's 14 balls in a row without a 4 or 6. It's 83 for 5. There's 2 overs left, and suddenly they need 15 and over.
Vinny, you got to call him in. He's hit ice cold. 15 off 21 is ridiculously slow.
To be fair, I can't remember exactly when he hit the 6, but it was like first or second ball that he hit a 6.
Look at that worm, it's crashing, Vin. The 5 penalty runs, they dropped to the catch when they were 91 for 9. They should only need 8 to win.
Should be chasing 16 less, we worked out. So they should be needing 14 off 12. Instead, they need 30 off 12. Cameron Ahmedzai's going to come back. Just got to be careful not to go too short here, Cameron Ahmedzai. We saw him get no balled for 2 over the shoulder in the last over.
We've got more twists to come here. This is an all-time ECN classic. We don't get them all the time, but this is one you're going to want to watch back. If Through escape with this win, it is a phenomenal comeback.
What a ridiculous game. Hey, we've had it all. One thing we haven't had is golden ball yet in finals day today. Here we go. 9th over. It all happens in the 9th. It starts with a ball that goes straight to the fielder. He's gone. Nasiri out first ball. Cameron Ahmedzai breaks through. Abdurrahman Ahmedzai, hat-trick hero earlier in the innings, had to hold his nerve there. But that's 6 wickets down now, 11 balls left, 30 required. It's 83 for 6.
What a comeback from the French champions. Just looking at the last few balls in this game, Vinny, they've gone ice cold. They haven't hit a boundary in yonks. I can't believe the last over was a maiden from Rafa.
Yeah,
we've got maidens coming everywhere. Oh, wow.
Under the radar. Nasir, he's going to have to go.
Vinny,
can't score. Is this another German heartbreak story in the ECL?
in the last 14 balls of the game, 13 balls game, they've had 1 run off the bat. No, 14 balls of the game, they've had 1 run off the bat. They've hit ice cold. They've had a couple of wides, but they've choked it. This is an all-time choke.
Well, Solomon can come out. Remember, they're just 5 big hits away from the target here. Solomon can hit the ball a long way. Is this the great escape job? What drama. All right, Trips liking watching from the US. What do you think about it?
This is an ECN classic. I've loved every minute of it.
Solomon, can he be the hero? Misses, gets called.
Yep. And they've also bowled about 18 wides. Any edge here, just something. Umar.
Get through this over with no boundaries. You need a magical finish if you're Darmstadt.
That 5 penalty runs is so big.
Shakur putting down that catch. Goes for the pull, misses. 29 off 10 now. That rate's crept out to pretty much 3 a ball required.
Titanic-esque. They are sinking, Vinny. They haven't hit the ball.
Oh no, look at that.
Vinny, they were 78 for 4 after 6 overs. They've hit 6 runs and 1 run off the bat in 2.3 overs.
Goes straight. Does it have the legs? Maybe, maybe not. Fielder comes around. He's dropped it. But it's not 4. It'll just be a single. But at least he keeps it in the field of play there. And Solomon could have been gone. No one can handle the emotion.
Oh, he should have caught it. It should have been another wicket.
Look, next best thing though, isn't it? Given it's the run rate that's more of the problem for Darmstadt now than the wickets. Down it went.
Vinny Umar's back on strike, and I feel like he's 6 feet under. He hasn't hit the ball in yonks.
Running out of partners as well.
There we
Goes
go.
for this. How far's that going? 6 runs. No, you got to keep him out there. You don't have the luxury of yanking him. Maximal for Umar, who seems to have batted for a session and a half.
Umar's into the nighttime session. He hasn't left. He's 21 off 22. This game is still alive.
22. Check the clock for the fielding side. Have they got time to go?
Well, that's why that catch was so important. It would have been a new batter on strike. That is a big drop.
22 off 8.
Oh, wow.
Is there one final twist in this? Good Yorker.
Well bowled.
Dug out. That's one more ball delivered out. Question is, who gets the last over?
You got to go to Safi.
You got
You're
Safi.
not going to Shikdar.
Went for 22 the first time round. Do you flirt with it? I don't think so.
Vinny, if they didn't get penalty runs, they'd need 16 right now. It's one of the biggest errors ever in a final.
It'd be 5. 16 runs.
They would have won if when they had to do 91 for 9, they just hit the winning runs. If Darmstadt lose this, it's in their own doing.
Yeah, so 16 plus 5, right?
Yeah.
16 plus 5. Right, high. Keeper wants it. Keeper calls it. Will he get there? He doesn't.
It's a run.
Grasses it. They'll get 1. Solomon survives. He'll be facing up. They'll need 20 off the last over in a game that's had pretty much everything. It's 93 for 6.
It's arguably the greatest game we've ever seen. It's had everything. Hat-tricks, run-outs, penalty runs.
That was a tough one. It was always actually blowing away from Amaze here. It probably would have been one to leave for the bowler, but the man with the gloves called it.
There's going to be tears if the Germans don't get up. Safi's going to bowl and he went for 22. There's been 17 extras.
Oh, 12 wides.
If they didn't...
They're all avoidables as well. No leg buyers in there.
Here we go. This game deserves a grandstand finish.
You know, they had a golden ball on finals day last year, Drew. It was one that they lost to PUC. And by the way, it was Safi who was playing for PUC in that game. Safi's the only player out there that lost this game last year when he was playing for PUC. And now he's going to have to try and win it. So what do you need? You basically need 3 sixes and you're pretty much home.
They dropped him on 91 for 9, and then they dropped another catch at 96 for 9. And then they should be chasing 108 for the target. So they have gone terribly here. They looked in control a couple of times. Here we go.
Last over, 20 required. Solomon.
Oh!
So he almost palms it for 4. They get
It's 3 free runs.
Yeah, they get 3 for free, and maybe an overthrow. No, they'll stop there.
How hard is it?
To be honest, that was slippery down the leg side. So here, if he doesn't get a glove to that, that's a minimo. They still
Safi-
get 3 for free.
All Safi has to do is bowl 6 balls outside off stump. It's a terrible delivery. Game alive still.
Credits is here. No, he doesn't stop it completely, but he at least slows it down, stops it going to the boundary. Solomon jumping around.
That's fine.
He's straight over the stumps here. It won't be a wide.
Just he needs to stay a little bit still here to Solomon. Just needs to take a breath and stay still.
Thing is, I mean, Solomon's good enough to hit over cover as well. They got the deep point back. They got long off back. It's a big gap over cover.
1-6 here.
I love to see him just kind of hold his shape a little bit more. Tension. 17 off 5 required. Tassin Ulasafi. That's
Oh, he got
hit
it!
very well.
It's 6!
Maximo! 11 off 4 now. Just too short there to a player who was sweating on that. And you've just knocked the cord out. Just damping your feet, Corey, but wow.
What a shot. It's short. It's into the body. He hits it for 6. It's 11 off 4.
Get back to basics. Hit your Yorker here. Don't give him the length to work with.
What a shot from the big man.
Yorker anywhere from tramline to off stump. That's what you got to be aiming for. Do not let Solomon pull across the line. You can see with his dancing, he doesn't want to play it with a straight bat.
It's a 50-50, Vinny.
11 off 4 required. Does pitch up and he bombs it. Maximo! Still doesn't find the Yorker. It's one last gasp for Darmstadt, who are huge favourites now. Despite the runs they've given away now, they're 1 hit away from championship week.
Big Solomon comes out the crease and bombs at 140. That is 140 metres. Vinny, if there weren't penalty runs, that's the winning runs. But we're still alive. They've technically chased the 107, but there's 5 to go. Safi is melting. I'm melting. This is an ECN Classic.
It is. Does it have another twist back now?
That's why that catch down there was so important last over. Oh.
I'm going to check on their win predictor. I think it's lost the plot now.
I've lost the plot.
I don't know if... I don't know what the win predictor's thinking. Anyway.
ECN Classic.
Got to get a win here, Safi. Keep the game alive. You keep 3 balls on the field, you win if you draw. He's going to tie the game here. He ties the game, squeezes it out. Was a better ball from Safi, but Solomon, he's less dancing, more hitting. And now, if you draw it, you've got to bring the field up here. You need 2 dot balls to take it to a golden ball. And what an ECN Classic. This time it does look like the Germans will be on the other side of the ledger.
Well, I tell you right now, those men are ready to charge onto the field, and they are going to charge extremely hard. What a last over.
3 minutes ago, they thought they were gone, Darmstadt CC.
What a comeback. It's been such a yo-yo type of game. Safi is melted. 41 off his 10 balls. Through, they're almost out. Solomon on a heater. You've got Umar on 22 off 23.
Carried his bat. All right. Any score wins it now for Darmstadt CC for a spot in championship week.
High.
It's got, if no one's catching this to keep the game alive, it bounces, they win. It's all over. It's all over. They'll get this single. And Darmstadt CC in a dramatic final have come at the 11th hour to chase this 113th for victory. 2 years after they crashed out of this group, they have come back and they've beaten the former champions, Dreux from France. And there is our first group final. What a game it was. The Germans are destined for championship week in 2025.
That is a humdinger of a game, Vinny. ECN Classic, add it to the almanac. Solomon, the hero. Safi, the villain. What a game of cricket. That went up, down, left, right, from 1% to 99 for both teams. We had it all, and through, they are knocked out.
What an unbelievable game. Got to feel
Can they lift him?
Solomon.
Can they lift him?
The last gasp. He's barely been able to do anything all week, but when it came down to it, he found those blows when they needed them. He finishes 19 off 8. And yeah, well, Drew, it's a tough one for them to swallow. First time they miss out on championship week since 2022. But Darmstadt CC, remember when they came in 2023 and they played some very, very good cricket. They beat Hornchurch in their very first game.
Solomon's rocks.
But Solomon, well, he's just sucking them up now. He's a guy that's certainly done a lot of watching in that innings. The nerves would have been building, and he comes out after Nasiri had just gone for a golden duck. He came out with 11 balls remaining. The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello once again and welcome back to European Cricket and our coverage of the European Cricket League 2025. Obviously, just to get you up to speed, earlier on we officially had abandoned the Eliminator as well as Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2 due to the heavy rain overnight. It actually started just before the end of play last night. Now, we were hoping to get a final going between the top two teams of the group, Farmers of Jersey and the Wolfendanger Optimists of Luxembourg. And there were hopes for that to happen, but unfortunately, due to the persistent rain and the state of the outfield now, the word has come through officially that the final will not take place, and as a result, it is abandoned. Farmers, as the top team through the group stage, they were 4-0 yesterday. They will be declared group winners. So, once again, I feel for all the teams here that would have loved to have challenged Farmers today, but unfortunately, the conditions just haven't allowed it. And Farmers, to their credit, they're certainly worthy group winners, beating every single opponent they ran into yesterday. So there we go. Now we can see that Farmers become the 6th team to qualify for Championship Week. They are part of the Magnificent 7. But look, it's been a really tough week. I think everyone knows that. I want to thank everyone for their patience. And let's just hope the weather turns around, because we do have Group G starting tomorrow. Speaking tomorrow, let's have a look at the fixtures and see what's coming up. Now, we do hope to get away on time. Of course, that's subject to the weather. It's subject to the state of the outfield. But we are hoping to get going at the regular time for group days, which is 9:30 GMT. It's 10:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. Really interesting group as well, as I've said many, many times, with the Italian champs in there as well as the champs of Guernsey. Then you've got Marlow from Portugal. You've got Beveren, who've made Championship Week before, from Belgium, and also the Mediterranean Vikings with a couple of really good wild cards. So, look, let's hope that things turn around and we can get on the park in Group G. And Group G, of course, is the final group before we hit Championship Week on Monday. Just a reminder to keep up to date. You can always follow our social media at European Cricket and also our website, europeancricket.com. Again, we are very, very sorry to have this situation with the weather, but it's just not in anyone's control. Thanks to everyone that has tried their hardest to get as much cricket as possible this week. And yeah, just thinking positive thoughts all around. I'm sure all of our fans are too. But for now, we're going to end the broadcast there. Hopefully we're back tomorrow with some good news. Vinny Sanderhu, Mr. Maximo, at the beautiful Andalusia region, hoping for some beautiful weather as we continue into the last week or so of this ECL. Hopefully back tomorrow for some more European Cricket League, but for now, it's hasta mañana.